Race 11 is the second heat of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. Going to field of 5 as per the program. It is Melbourne Grammar School lane 2, Xavier lane 3, St Kevin's in 4, Carey Grammar racing for the first time today in lane 5, and Brighton Grammar in lane 6. This time the action is on the spectator side of the course. And great to see spectators here again on Lake Wendouree after a spectatorless head of the lake took place last Sunday. And you'll get a good view here of these leading couple of crews as they approach the final few hundred metres. Melbourne Grammar School and Xavier, the top two, along with St Kevin's. Sorted, but the order not quite. It does look to be Melbourne Grammar School still in front here. Lachlan Hoonier, George McGurk, Christian Speller, Hunter Pizzi and Jake Marchison. And they would have a couple of lengths on St Kevin's now up into second place. That's Otis Brooks, Zach Lukacs, Joseph Smith, Jack Horton and Alexander Grant. And then third will likely be Xavier. Harrison Reynolds, Rocco Godino, Jensen Stewart, Joshua Sprott and Jamie Chan in the Bowcock seat of that Xavier crew. But it is Melbourne Grammar School very comfortably in front here. 2.5, probably out to almost 3 lengths as they come across the line now. So Melbourne Grammar in first place. Second by about a length will be St Kevin's. And third then the crew from Xavier. Those 3 will move through to the A final of the Year 9 Division 5 Coxed Quad Scull. And to the B final go the next 2 crews. Brighton Grammar will finish in 4th place. And Carey Grammar about to cross in 5th. So they're the 5 crews in race 11. The top 3 lanes 2, 4 and 3. Melbourne Grammar, St Kevin's and Xavier. And race 12 halfway through as well. So our officials doing a good job here, helping to catch up some time. And the crews seemingly doing a much better job arriving at the start as requested 10 minutes before the scheduled start time of your race. A reminder for all these 1,000-metre races, the crews are being marshalled at the 500-metre mark and then move down to the start line, and you need to be in that start zone at least 10 minutes before the scheduled start time for your race. So race 12 approaching its conclusion. Race 13, I can see, is just underway as well. The first or the second heat of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull, but we'll watch the first heat reach its conclusion first. There are, well, there should be 6 crews. I can only see 5 out the window here. I'm not sure if Brighton Grammar are there. It is St Kevin's and Melbourne Grammar School, lanes 5 and 6, having a good battle for top spot here in any case. And then over on the spectator side of the course, what should be Wesley College and the Geelong College on the inside lane. And that is as it appears. And then on this side, on the judges' side, Carey Grammar back in 5th place. So the top 2 clear, pretty close, but between St Kevin's and Melbourne Grammar. Yet to sort out who'll get the win here, although, as I say that, a couple of messy strokes from St Kevin's have given Melbourne Grammar School a bit of an advantage, but St Kevin's coming again. Melbourne Grammar is Matthew Hamilton, John Sanderson, Joshua Brown, Fletcher Tilo and Jack DeFraga, and alongside them St Kevin's back racing hard, Jet Austin, Luke Clancy, Angus Abbott, Luke Incana and Alexander Edmonds. They'll get close, but they won't quite get there. Melbourne Grammar School have got the win there in lane 6 by about a canvas from St Kevin's lane 5. Those 2 through to the A final. They'll be joined by lane 3. The crew from Wesley College is next across the line. Lane 2 will finish in 4th. That's the Geelong College. So they'll be in the B final, along with lane 7, the Carey Grammar combination, crossing now in 5th place. And yes, it does appear just the 5 crews in that race. So no appearance at this stage from Brighton Grammar. And they're not in the next race either, because the field of 5 is as per the program at this point. And again, they're through the halfway mark. Xavier lane 2, Trinity lane 3, Caulfield Grammar in 4, Scotch College in 5, and Ballarat Grammar in lane 6. And a pretty good race here between these 5 crews. It'll only be a couple of lengths separating the field. But Scotch College look to have their boat in front. The narrow leaders from either Ballarat Grammar or Xavier, who are on either side of the course. And then a little bit back to Caulfield Grammar and also Trinity. So another good performance from Scotch College, seemingly coming up here with their in 9 Division 4 coxed quad scull with a pretty comfortable lead, at least a boat length or so on Ballarat Grammar, who are not giving up the chase here but in the closing strokes. But the leading Scotch crew is George Clifford, Nicholas Baring, Lockie Green, Pat Phillips and Sebastian Pagnan. And Ballarat Grammar, Darcy Jones, Harris Timms, Charles Seebeck, Angus Gray and Will French in the cock seat of that boat. They're the top 2. Third is close. Still Xavier and Caulfield Grammar. Not much between those two. And then Trinity Grammar a length or so further back behind those 2 crews. So the top 3 to go through. Certainly Scotch College will win this race by probably just over a length in the end. Ahead of Ballarat Grammar as they come across now. Scotch first, Ballarat Grammar second. Third is still Xavier holding on as Caulfield Grammar finishing quickly, probably spending a bit too much time looking at the Xavier crew rather than actually rowing past them. So Xavier finished in 3rd place, Caulfield Grammar in 4th, and Trinity in 5th place. So Caulfield and Trinity to the B final, the top 3 to the A final, and Scotch College from Ballarat Grammar and Xavier in Heat 2 of the Year 9 Division 4 coxed quad scull. The Division 3 race also underway and nearing half distance. The first of 2 heats in the Year 9 Division 3 coxed quad scull. Hailbury over on the spectator side of the course. St Kevin's then in lane 3. Trinity in 4. The Geelong College in 5. And Xavier in 6. And as we approach the top divisions here of the Year 9 quad sculls, the field sizes increase. So we have 3 heats of this next event, which means just the top 2 are guaranteed progression through to the A final. Top 2 to the A final, 3rd, 4th and 5th to the B final. I think there may even have to be a C final with that many crews involved. So, but certainly 3rd and 4th to the B final, and the top 2 only to the A final is the key progression here. And certainly St Kevin's will have one of those 2 spots. They're well clear here. St Kevin's, Sydney Wardlaw, Jordan Youssef, Daniel Buffuno, Liam Steinfort, and Luke Canning. And a really good race behind them for that all-important 2nd spot. Probably Trinity at this stage doing best of the rest of the field. Xavier as well in contention. And between those 2 is the crew from the Geelong College. Any of those 3 could sneak up into 3rd spot. Hailbury with their work cut out on the spectator bank. In fact, they've come to a stop for a few strokes there, but they continue now. It is St Kevin's who lead. The interest really here in 2nd place with Trinity coming back on Xavier now. With still 100 or so minutes to go for these next 2 crews ahead of the Geelong College in 4th. But the win will go to St Kevin's over in lane 3. Comfortably first across in the Year 9 Division 3 coxed quad scull. And Xavier getting the best of this battle with Trinity Grammar in the closing strokes. It'll be Xavier by half a length into 2nd place. So they move through to the A final. Trinity to the B final along with the Geelong College lane 5. And then 5th spot will go to the crew from Hailbury over in lane 2. They've got the full crew moving again, or they did at least, for still a few strokes to go there for Hailbury. We're not quite across the line yet, that crew, but they will soon drift across to confirm their 5th position. They're being rapidly chased down the course by race 15, the 2nd of 3 heats in the Year 9 Division 3 coxed quad scull. 2 crews here from Ballarat Grammar, one from Wesley College and one from Carey Grammar. Again, top two to the A final, next two to the B final. And it's the Brighton Grammar crew here who leads Ballarat Grammar in the top two spots. Certainly Brighton Grammar comfortably clear. Ballarat Grammar would be second, but it's pretty close there with Carey and also Wesley. So a good race for the second spot, but Brighton Grammar have gone very comfortably clear here. Aidan Roos, Spencer Kirkham, Jesse Smith, Lachlan Lewis, and Angus Roberts, the leading crew ahead of Ballarat Grammar. On lane 3, Cooper Ivey, James Thompson, Archie Williamson, Lachlan Heath, and Stuart Hall. And they do look to be our top two. Tight between Carey and Wesley, but they're probably battling out for lanes in the B final at this stage because they are behind our leading two crews. Certainly Brighton Grammar have had this race won from a long way out, just a couple of strokes to go now, and Brighton Grammar will go across and take the win in race 15, the Year 9 Division 3. Cox Quad Scull second heat, Brighton Grammar first, Ballarat Grammar will indeed finish in second place. So those two crews will meet again in the A final of this race in a couple of hours' time. Third and fourth has been close right down the course, but lane 6 in the end, Carey Grammar will just get the win by 2/3 of a length from lane 5, the Wesley College combination in fourth place. So Brighton Grammar and Ballarat Grammar, the two A finalists to emerge from race 15, the second heat of the Year 9 Division 3 Coxed Quad Scull. And we go back to this start line where race 16 is about to get underway. And great work by the officials and the crews because we are right back on schedule now. The 10:15 race is underway. With what looks to be one additional crew too, so it may well be the crew that missed an earlier race, which I think was from Brighton Grammar, possibly has reappeared here. We'll wait till they get a little closer to confirm that, but the official field, at least as per the program, is Scotch College lane 3, Albert Park College lane 4, Melbourne Grammar School in 5, and Caulfield Grammar in lane 6. And the top two, once again, will go through to the A final. I think the additional crew in this race may have been put into lane 2, so it could well be Brighton Grammar racing there in lane 2. Certainly Scotch, the red colours as always, stand out distinctively, are there in lane 3, and they look to be the best crew away in the opening stages of this race. So Scotch College in 3, Melbourne Grammar School in 5. Those two opened up a bit of a margin in the opening few hundred metres of this race from Albert Park College, Caulfield Grammar, and we believe Brighton Grammar there also over in lane 2. That will be the Division 4 crew from Brighton Grammar, who missed their earlier heat. But certainly Scotch and Melbourne Grammar, the top two in this race. The Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull, the third and final heat of this event, with just the top two to move through to the A final. They're past the halfway mark of this race now. And Scotch continue to maintain a comfortable lead. Alex Sellers, Harry Gates, Oliver Knight, Lachlan Forty, and Dean Karajunas. Crew coached by Benjamin Clark. Second on the course may well be that, presumably the invitational crew on the southern bank, but officially second as far as progressing through to the A final is concerned, I would say, is at Melbourne Grammar School. Peter Morgan, Nicholas Brown, Jack Peavy, Sebastian Crozier, and Jack DeFraga in that lane 5 combination from Melbourne Grammar, ahead of Albert Park College in lane 4. Jack Atkins, Isbrand Vandenbrick, Charlie Wilcox, Luca Mercury, and Oliver O'Connor. And then further back to Caulfield Grammar on the judges' side. And as we thought, it is the L4 crew, Brighton Grammar's Division 4 quad in this event too, closest to the spectator side. But it is Scotch College who are going to get the win here in this third heat of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. And they'll win it comfortably in the end by almost 3 lengths. So Scotch College first. Second will be tight between Melbourne Grammar and Brighton Grammar, but the Brighton crew, I don't think, officially in the race, so it should be Melbourne Grammar in any case to go through to the final from there, to the A final. Next home, Albert Park College, and then it will be Caulfield Grammar. So I'll wait for the finals draws to come out as far as the progression of some of these crews in incorrect heats are concerned, but certainly the top 2 there in terms of the program crews for the race, it was Scotch College ahead of Melbourne Grammar School. Those 2 should progress, or will progress, I would say, to the A final of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. They'll join the top 2 from the previous 2 races in that event. And we then move on now to Division 2, the Year 9 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. 3 heats of that, then 3 heats of the Division 1 event to follow. And then we move on to the first of our finals. So approaching the business end of this morning's racing at least. And now that we are pretty much back on time, we may not see a huge flurry of races as we have over the past 30 or 40 minutes, but we do stress once again the importance for all crews to ensure you are in the start zone at least 10 minutes before the scheduled start time for your race. So if crews are warming up on the way up to the start, you need to allow plenty of time for that in getting on the water and ensure you are in that start zone no less than 10 minutes before the start time of your race, bearing in mind that the start marshalling begins at the 500-metre mark for these 1,000-metre races, so all crews need to be at that point in the control of the starting marshal 10 minutes before their race time. Further announcement to all crews, please, regarding the start zone procedure. A few crews have headed all the way to the 2,000 metre start recently, we understand. There is no need to go that far up the course, so all crews are reminded that the start zone is at the 500 metre mark for 1,000 metre races. You do not need to, and you should not go anywhere near the 2,000 metre start area for these races. You need to head directly to the start marshalling area, which is 500 metres along the course, and as noted previously, you need to be there 10 minutes before the scheduled start time for your race. And with impeccable timing, we do have a start now in race 17, the first heat of 3 in the Year 9 Division 2 coxed quad scull. I only see 4 crews at this point. The middle lane looking to be empty, which was to have been occupied by Albert Park College. So it's St Kevin's in 2, Trinity in 3, Caulfield Grammar 5, and Wesley College 6 is the field here with, again, with 3 heats in this event. 2 to move through, the top 2 to move through to the A final, the next 2 to the B final. 5th place, if there is one, would race in a C final, but that appears necessary at this stage. Certainly St Kevin's doing well on the spectator side of the course, and Caulfield Grammar as well would be the 2 crews that's showing up in front here. In fact, the Albert Park crew are in this race, as are Trinity, so it may well be it appears to be the St Kevin's crew that has not made the start of this event. So Trinity, Albert Park, Caulfield Grammar, and Wesley College, the contending crews. And the field starts to sort itself out here. The top 2 certainly moving clear. Caulfield Grammar and Trinity Grammar. Caulfield, William Strangwood, Toby Flinkier, Ben Weir, Jake O'Halloran, and Jesse Broshi. And they would have a lead on Trinity. The other crew to watch out for still Wesley College, not out of contention for second spot here. They've certainly moved clear of Albert Park College now. And with those 2 crews on opposite sides of the course, it becomes an interesting race for second spot. Trinity Grammar, Tom Gross, Hunter Hawke, Rowan Hunt, Nicholas Whiteoak, and Olek Beavis. And Wesley College, Josh Pleasance, Hugo Cole, Thomas Holden, Max Melbourne, and Oscar Smith. So Caulfield Grammar, the very comfortable race leaders. Wesley possibly getting the better of this race for second place now as they all come inside the final 100 metres. Albert Park College not too far off the pace either here, but back in 4th place. They'll have to go through to the B final. Caulfield Grammar will certainly get the win. Trinity fighting on hard here in the closing strokes. They're still just ahead of Wesley on this side. It will be Caulfield Grammar who gets the win. Second place is where the interest lies, and there's not much in these 2 crews as they charge across the line. It looks like lane 3, Trinity has just got the nod there from Wesley College in 3rd place. So 2 only through to the A final. A great race between those 2 right down to the last stroke. And Albert Park College will finish in 4th place. No appearance from St Kevin's lane 2, so just a field of 4. Caulfield, Grammar and Trinity narrowly the top 2 there, unofficially at least, as they came across the line. Race 18 is not far from the finish line either, so we'll turn our attention back down the course quickly. Carey Grammar in lane 2, Ballarat Grammar in 3 in a pretty good spot. Scotch College in 4. Damascus listed in lane 5 and Brighton Grammar in 6. But I can't see the Damascus crew. Brighton Grammar certainly present, and they may well in fact be the race leaders, the crew from Brighton Grammar, certainly in the top 2 along with Ballarat Grammar. And I think you can say even at this stage a couple of 100 metres out, barring some sort of major unexpected event, these 2 will go through to the A final. Brighton Grammar is Kyle Roos, Harry Newitt, Patrick Hanley, Lockie Roberts and Angus Roberts, the crew coached by Hunter Hilditch. And Brighton Grammar in front of the spectators now, Ethan Scully, Henry McNeil, Xavier Butler, Oliver Harris and Archer Hall. And the Ballarat Grammar crew possibly finishing the faster of these 2, just wanting to ensure themselves of a centre lane for the A final as well. They've got their boat, I think, narrowly just in front here with a couple of strokes to go. Ballarat Grammar and Brighton Grammar will both go through, and in that order as well. About half a length in the end, Ballarat Grammar get the win. Brighton Grammar in second place. Third will be Scotch College. And the Carey crew, I didn't see what happened there, but the after effects are clear. One of the rowers just had to stop, and the boat's in fact come to a complete standstill now. I think Carey may have been running in third place at the time, but they need to just get the boat moving now and row across the line to at least ensure themselves of fourth spot. And with that, they will at least be able to race again in the B final. So they're going again now at Carey Grammar. And it'll be across the line shortly in fourth place. So just the 4 in that race as well. Ballarat Grammar and Brighton Grammar, the top 2. They're through to the A final ahead of Scotch and Carey. And Heat 3 of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull also rapidly approaching its conclusion. The Ballarat Clarendon crew in lane 2. Probably our leaders just ahead of Melbourne Grammar School in lane 3. Certainly those 2 on the southern side of the course very much in the top 2 spots. Then we go back to Xavier, Haileybury and Geelong College. So basically in lane order at this point, it would seem. Ballarat Clarendon, I think, first of their crews to race today as well. Oliver Finch, Nate Chalmers, Liam Broster, William Deverell and Zach McClure-Page. Ahead of Melbourne Grammar School, Henry Walters, Otto Smythe, Charlie Leach, Oscar Cheatham and Samuel Levini. So a good battle for first between these 2 crews. They're both starting to race towards the line here too, as if to secure first spot, and we'll get them at least a centre lane for the final. Not that in these conditions lanes are of too much value, but it's certainly Ballarat Clarendon finishing the better of these 2 crews ahead of Melbourne Grammar School. They've gone out by a length now and extending in fact to clear water in the closing stroke. So Ballarat Clarendon in first place. Melbourne Grammar School will finish in second. Third will indeed be Xavier in the centre of the course. They'll go through to the B final. The Geelong College on lane 6 will finish fourth. They'll also race in the B final. And Haileybury in between those 2 crews will finish in fifth place. They will potentially race in a C final, the crew from Haileybury in fifth place. But certainly the top two, the A finalists sorted Ballarat, Clarendon and Melbourne Grammar School, the first two crews across the line. So the three heats done in the Year 9 Division 2 coxed quad scull, which leaves just Division 1 to go. And right on time once again, we are racing the 10:35 race on the course through half distance already. A field of, should be a field of 5, but it in fact once again appears to be a slightly depleted field of 4 in race 20, the first heat of the Year 9 Division 1 coxed quad scull. Ballarat Clarendon certainly there on lane 2. Alongside them is Trinity Grammar. Ballarat Grammar should be in lane 4, along with Carey in 5 and Scotch in 6. But I don't think the Ballarat Grammar crew is in this race, so it's certainly Ballarat Clarendon, the race leaders on the far side. Scotch have caught a crab on this side too. They were sitting comfortably in second place, but one horse sticking up there at a pretty bad angle has brought that Scotch crew to a halt for now. They will hopefully be able to resume, but they'll probably miss out on a top 2 spot as a result. The chance there now for Carey Grammar or Trinity Grammar in a great race now for second and third. Ballarat Clarendon have this race to themselves all of a sudden. James Forsyth, Charlie McClure, Micah Hickenbotham, Hugh Trigg and James Tippett will certainly get a comfortable win here after Scotch had to stop rowing for quite a while. They only now start to resume, but the race with Trinity and Carey for second and third. Here comes Ballarat Clarendon. They'll take the win in this first heat of the Year 9 Division 1 coxed quad scull. Trinity and Carey, and it is Trinity still holding on by a length or so now as they come across and also move through to the A final. Gus King, William Ball, Charles White, Hugo Osmond and Jackson Griffiths, the Trinity combination. Third place goes to Carey Grammar, and fourth now, at 3 of the 4 rowing the boat home, is the crew from Scotch College, who will finish in 4th spot. They will move through to the B final, at least, of the Year 9 Division 1 coxed quad scull. So Ballarat Clarendon from Trinity, Carey Grammar and Scotch College. Remember, you can head to the Regatta shop to get your event merchandise here at Lake Wendouree today. Hoodies and T-shirts available, which have a full list of all competitors' names on the back of the garment. Great souvenir from this regatta. Shorts and tracksuit pants are also available, so please make sure to visit the Regatta shop in their distinctive marquee across on the near the spectator area. And also available online at theregattashop.com.au, a full range of souvenir merchandise from the 2021 Victorian Junior Boys State Championship. So 2 heats to go before the finals commence. This is heat 2 of the Year 9 Division 1 coxed quad scull. We've gained a crew this time round, so possibly Ballarat Grammar from the previous race may be in this heat. The programmed list at least is Damascus Lane 2, Melbourne Grammar School in 3, the Geelong College in 4, Wesley College in 5, and Gippsland Grammar in 6. And you're seemingly an extra crew in lane 7 as well. But pretty good line of 4 across the course at this stage, so hard to pick out a top 2 just yet. Possibly Melbourne Grammar School and Wesley College. Gippsland Grammar there as well. Damascus Lane 2 just a little bit back in probably 4th place. And the Geelong College... It is, yeah, the Geelong College at the rear of the field. It's Melbourne Grammar School in front. That much apparent now. And a good race for second between Wesley and Gippsland Grammar. And then still Damascus holding off what appears to be Ballarat Grammar on the judges' side of the course as the additional crew and the Geelong College there as well. So just a couple of 100 metres to go. Top 2 only through to the A final here in this top category of Year 9 quad scull racing. And a good effort here. Certainly from the Melbourne Grammar School combination, Charles Wake, Max Woods, Thomas Conroy, Angus Russell and Samuel Lavini. Still a very controlled rating there from Melbourne Grammar. Not having to work too hard at this stage. They can look back and see the crews behind them fighting out for that second spot in the A final. Wesley College, Gippsland Grammar, Damascus, all a chance here of second spot as Wesley are really going in the centre of the course. It's Melbourne Grammar School who'll get the win. They're across by 2 lengths from the rest of the field. You can almost toss a coin for second, third and fourth. Wesley, Damascus or Gippsland Grammar as they hit the line. It might be lane 2. We'll let the judges do some work to sort that out officially, but it looked possibly as if Damascus got up just from Wesley, Gippsland Grammar, and then the lane 2 combination, in fact, it's a St Kevin's crew from earlier on who have come home down lane 7. From a lower division, and then the Geelong College, it will be next across the line in 5th place at least, or 6th across the line, but 5th in this event. And we'll confirm those official placings shortly. Top 2 through to the A final. Melbourne Grammar School, certainly the race winners, with just 1 heat to go in the Year 9 Division 1 coxed quad scull. The race 22 is past halfway, and this is the final heat, the third and final heat of the Year 9 Division 1 coxed quad scull. And just the field of 4 here. Caulfield Grammar Lane 3, St Kevin's in 4, Brighton Grammar in 5, Xavier in 6. The two centre lanes at this stage have the two qualifying spots in their keeping, St Kevin's and Brighton Grammar. St Kevin's is James Sutherland, James Ragg, Douglas Kerr, Max Potelli and Joseph Williamson. Alongside them, Brighton Grammar, Samuel Linder, Zach Travers, Joe Ramsden, Josh Anson and Angus Roberts. So those two look like they'll be the two qualifying crews from this third and final heat of the Year 9 Division 1 Quad Scull. Just to confirm the result from the previous race too, it was comfortably Melbourne Grammar School first. Second, as it looked from here, was Damascus in second place across the line. They'll move through to the A final. Third was Wesley College. Fourth, Gippsland Grammar. Those two crews through to the B final. But Melbourne Grammar School beat Damascus in that previous race, and they'll be joined in the A final by St Kevin's, certainly, who are powering away here from Brighton Grammar in the closing strokes. Really going out for a strong finish, this crew from St Kevin's. So they'll be a force to be reckoned with, you would think, in the A final. At the conclusion of this morning's programs, they'll win this heat by almost 3 lengths in the end from Brighton Grammar School in second place to also coming home quite strongly. A good race for third and fourth. These two crews, but to move through to the B final regardless. Caulfield Grammar and Xavier on opposite sides. The Caulfield bow narrowly in front as they cross the line. And Caulfield third, Xavier fourth to conclude race 22 and conclude the heats of this morning's racing. We continue, but pretty much straight away at the first of our finals. We go back to the single sculling races, which were the opening heats of the day, the Year 9 Division 1 single scull. Time for 10:55, so just a minute or so away, the scheduled start time of that race. Suggest it might be a little bit more than a minute before that race begins, given only a couple of scullers seem to be on the start line at the moment, which is timely to just remind you of those earlier requirements from our regatta officials that firstly all crews do need to be in the start zone 10 minutes before the scheduled start time of their race, and that start zone is at the 500 metre mark on the course. So do not head directly to the 1,000 metre start. Do not head to the 2,000 metre start, but instead you need to enter the start zone at the 500 metre mark of the course, where the marshals are there to bring crews into the correct lane, and you need to be in that area ready to race at least 10 minutes before the scheduled start time of your race. So this final has got underway with just the couple of scullers, it does appear. In fact, is the B final, which unfortunately is not on my program, so I can't confirm exactly who is who in this race. So it was the battle of the Ballarat Grammar Scullers. I just trying to work out which was which. It looks as if Mackenzie Green and Oscar Booth were the two competitors in that race from Ballarat Grammar. So belated congratulations to Mackenzie Green of Ballarat Grammar, the winner there of the B final of the Year 9 Division 1 male school single scull, ahead of Oscar Booth, the two Ballarat Grammar scullers in race 23, which was, yes, the mysterious 1050 race, which was held obviously before the A final. So Ballarat Grammar first and second. Mackenzie Green takes out the first final of the day. Oscar Booth in second place. And we are racing also in the A final now, race 24. Again, a slightly depleted field. Just the four scullers here, it would appear. Adventure that the Holy Trinity Lutheran College sculler, Rory Helen Jones, is certainly one of our leading two here. And having a good battle with one of the Gippsland Grammar scullers, Lagan Joshi, it would appear, in lane 4 there, alongside the two heat winners from earlier today, racing side by side, of course, in the centre lanes in the seeded finals. And it's going to be a good battle between these two as they come inside the last couple of 100 metres now. The Gippsland Grammar sculler, Savvy's boat, narrowly in front of the Holy Trinity Lutheran College rower. I seem to recall this regatta a year ago. It may well have been the first ever race of a sculler from the Holy Trinity Lutheran College in Horsham, I believe, and certainly back here again a year later. Rory Helen Jones is doing a good job here, but he's back in second place by probably less than a length still behind Lagan Joshi of Gippsland Grammar. So we'll see what these two have got left in the tank as they approach the concluding strokes of the race. There was a lift from the Holy Trinity sculler and a response straight away from Gippsland Grammar, and Lagan Joshi looks to be doing just enough here, controlling the race into the closing strokes. He's clear by a length, and he will take out the A final. The Year 9 Division 1 single scull goes to Lagan Joshi of Gippsland Grammar, second to Rory Helen Johns of Holy Trinity Lutheran College, third place. And the bronze medal will also go to Gippsland Grammar. Jada Frith, it will be third across the line in a few strokes' time. And fourth is a Ballarat Grammar sculler. Just in the shadows of the judges' tower here, it'll be Will Beachy there from Ballarat Grammar. I think he'll finish in fourth place. So no Caulfield Grammar scullers in this race, nor the previous for that matter. So just the four scullers. Lagan Joshi the win for Gippsland Grammar. Rory Helen and Johns in second place for the Holy Trinity Lutheran College. Jada Frith third from Gippsland Grammar. And fourth now is Will Beachy of Ballarat Grammar. Congratulations to our first three medalists in that final of the Year 9 Division 1 single scull. Of course, no formal medal presentations taking place in the brave new world due to the various COVID protocols that we are required to follow, but there are gold, silver and bronze medals that will eventually make their way to all our winning and place-getting scullers and crews today. So the medals seen down here in the bottom of the Judges' Tower are all laid out and will be made available to our winning crews, but no formal presentation ceremonies at this regatta or at most regattas, it seems, for the foreseeable future at least. But regardless, state championship medals will go to the top three in all of these A finals today. Of course, the Victorian Senior State Championships are also taking place this weekend, just over at the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre. Live results from that regatta are available on the Rowing Victoria website, as they are for this regatta at the same time. So you can keep up to date with both of the state championship regattas at the same time. This regatta too also is being live streamed once again with the support of the City of Ballarat. So if you can't be here for the entire day, you can keep up to date with the entirety of this regatta through the live streaming. Click on the link on the Rowing Victoria website to access that live stream, and you won't miss a minute of the day's racing. Now underway in race 25, the first of our quad scull finals. This is the C final of the Year 9 Division 8 coxed quad scull. With what should be a field of 5. Xavier in lane 3, Melbourne Grammar in 4, Xavier in 5, St Kevin's in 6, and Brighton Grammar lane 7. I was just hearing that neither's lane 4 nor lane 7 were at the start of that race. So as it looks, it is just a 3-boat race, and 2 of them are from Xavier. Xavier lane 3, Xavier lane 5, and St Kevin's in lane 6. A bit of open space between the crew on the southern bank and the other 2 crews, but Xavier on that far side, pretty much racing on their own. May have taken the advantage, you would think, in the opening stages here from the other 2 crews. Xavier is Sebastian Dowling, Thomas Callahan, Andrew Thompson, Blaze Cameron, and Rocco Godino. And then very tight between the remaining 2 crews. St Kevin's lane 6, Xavier lane 5. Without much separating those 2 at all. So Xavier lane 3 continue to be the very comfortable race leaders here in this C final of the Year 9 Division 8 coxed quad scull. They're about to pass the yellow boys that show 250 metres still to race. In fact, just about through there now and on inside the last quarter of this 1,000-metre race. A good race for second place still between the 2 crews who are very close together on the northern side of the course. It's the second of the Xavier crews and also St Kevin's. Xavier lane 5 is Bill Robertson, Andrew Punt, Dom Moylan, Callum Lawrence, and Julius Zelda is the cox. Probably being narrowly shaded by St Kevin's, I think, for second place at this point. Andrew Hines, Edward Keeley, Thomas Cravelli, Charlie Mackay, and Patrick O'Callaghan. So that race looks like it'll go all the way to the finish line for second and third, but over on the spectator side of the course, it is certainly the Xavier College number 2 crew, at least as per the program in this Year 9 Division 8 coxed quad scull C final. But Xavier 2 will finish in top spot here without doubt. Just a few strokes to go for that crew as they still enjoy these wonderful conditions here at Lake Wendouree. They're across now to take the win. Xavier lane 3 gets it in the C final of the Year 9 Division 8 quad scull. Still close for second and third, but it is still St Kevin's just holding on. About half a length it'll be from Xavier in third place. So Xavier first on lane 3, St Kevin's second, and Xavier lane 5 will finish in third place. That's the C final of the Year 9 Division 8 coxed quad scull. And the B final is quickly following. And as with the previous race, a couple of empty lanes here. You can see a couple of St Kevin's crews, and it looks like a couple of Melbourne Grammar School crews. So
That may well be the field. It looks like St Kevin's, Melbourne Grammar, St Kevin's and Melbourne Grammar lanes 4 to 7 in this race. So that is probably time to remind you all about the need to ensure crews are at the start well in advance of the scheduled time for their race to ensure they don't miss out on a race in the final. The regatta has to continue to run on time, so the officials will not wait for crews that aren't present, especially after that message has been expressed several times already this morning. So please, coaches and crews, assure you allow enough time to travel to the start and to be there at least 10 minutes before the start time of your race. Melbourne Grammar School Lane 5, our leaders here. Zheng Yizhong, Toby Harris, Anthony Savis, Tom Sangster and Dewey Palmer. Diaz is the cox of that crew, and they have probably close to a length from St Kevin's in second place. That's lane 4, Matthew Prosser, Nathan Morgan, Samuel Davis, George Karpathakis and Nefez Tauk in that St Kevin's crew. And then a good race behind them for third between the next crews from both Melbourne Grammar School and also St Kevin's. So no appearance, it would seem, here from Brighton Grammar, who are listed for lane 3, or Melbourne Grammar for lane 2. But the remaining crews putting on a pretty good race here as they come well inside the closing stages now. St Kevin's and Melbourne Grammar, the lane 5 crew from Melbourne Grammar with a length or so lead here. So looking pretty comfortable on the last few strokes of this B final. I've got a length on St Kevin's, a good race for third and fourth as well. But it will be Melbourne Grammar School lane 5, just over a length ahead as they go across and take out this B final. Second place goes to St Kevin's, the lane 4 combination, and they'll also finish third with the lane 6 crew. So St Kevin's second and third, and then fourth place goes to Melbourne Grammar in lane 7.
So we're underway in race 27 now. The next of our A finals, the first quad scull A final of the day. And we have got a full field of 6 this time around, with hopefully all 6 crews in the correct places. Gibson Grammar over in lane 2. Scotch College in 3. Scotch College again in 4. Melbourne Grammar School in 5. St Kevin's in 6. And Melbourne Grammar School also with 2 crews in the race in lane 7. About 300 metres gone in the race so far. Certainly of the crews on the southern side. Scotch College lane 3 have moved clear of the crews on either side of them. And has split into a race of 2 halves here as they come down the course. A bit of a gap between the centre lanes. Some interesting steering, it would appear, but certainly Scotch College in lane 3 look to be well in advance of the crews on that side of the course. Then the Melbourne Grammar School and St Kevin's combinations on the northern side as well, having a good battle of their own. But Scotch College, Davey Swan, Alexander Graham, Alexander Bruce, Mikey Beaton Wills and Will Moss. They come up with about 300 metres now to race. Their biggest competition would seemingly be coming from either Gibson Grammar Lane 2, Samuel Reynolds, Thomas Miles, Hagan Cook, Blake Fairweather and Camden Bayer. Well, back towards this side, Melbourne Grammar School Lane 5, Andre Mamet, Charles Payne, Daniel Lunny, Miles Conway and Samuel Levini. As our leaders have just a couple of 100 metres still to go, still Scotch College and Gibson Grammar over on the spectator side of the course. Melbourne Grammar School towards the northern bank ahead of St Kevin's and the second Melbourne Grammar School crew, and also the second Scotch College crew. But it does look to be Scotch in lane 3 who have this race pretty much in their keeping now. Interest still in the race for the silver and bronze medals. Gibson Grammar and Melbourne Grammar School several lanes apart, but pushing on in the closing strokes, as also are St Kevin's, who are coming pretty quickly home up lane 6, then back to Melbourne Grammar in 7, and the second of the Scotch crews at the rear of the course. But it's Scotch lane 3 who should get the win here. They're a length and a half clear of Gibson Grammar in second place now as they race home in the closing strokes of race 27, the A final of the Year 9 Division 8 coxed quad scull. Scotch College first on lane 3. Second is Gibson Grammar lane 2. And back over to this side of the course, the lane 5 combination, Melbourne Grammar School, will finish in 3rd. They'll take the bronze medal by just over a length ahead of St Kevin's in 4th. Melbourne Grammar 5th, lane 7. And Scotch College 6th place on lane 4. So all 6 crews home in the A final. We are expecting the next few crews down to be an unofficial race between. There were several crews that were not in the starters' hands in time for their race on the of the last couple of events, and those crews are coming down the course now, I understand. So yes, 2 crews from Melbourne Grammar School, 2 crews from Brighton Grammar. These were crews listed to race in the B and C finals of this event. So not a race as such, but the crews Still being given a row over the course. In the meantime, behind these crews, they are lining up for race 28, the B final of the Year 9 Division 7 coxed quad scull. So that will be the next official race. But certainly it is Melbourne Grammar School who will be first across here in this demonstration event, for want of a better term. Melbourne Grammar School, Ryan Plunkett, Harry Lavelle, Liam Hector, Hamish Crawshay and Jack DeFraga. Then two crews from Brighton Grammar School. And the fourth crew who are struggling a little with their timing down the course and are still about 250 metres out, are also from Melbourne Grammar. So the two Brighton Grammar School crews are over the line. And Melbourne Grammar with a bit of work to do back up the course. And further back up the course at the start line, we are racing, it seems, in the B final of the Year 9 Division 7 coxed quad scull. So the next official race is on the course. This is race 28. And thankfully they seem to be coming as per the program now in race 28. Scotch College lane 2, St Kevin's in 3, Scotch College in 4, Xavier in 5, and Wesley College in lane 6. They're the 5 crews in this B final. Waiting on this Melbourne Grammar School crew to complete and clear the course here. Obviously a shipwreck further up the course. They've been rowing with 2 and 3 for most of the way down, but now we do get the full crew together for the final few strokes, and Melbourne Grammar School are across now to complete their row over the course. But back down the course, we turn our attention to the racing once again. This B final of the Year 9 Division 7 coxed quad scull with 2 crews from Scotch College, St Kevin's, Xavier and Wesley, the other 3. And a good race between the centre lanes. Of course, these finals all now seeded based on heat results from earlier today, so you do expect the action to be in the centre of the course, and that is the case in this race. Xavier edging out Scotch College at this point. In fact, Xavier moving clear by a length or so it would be, as they've got about a third of this race now still to travel. The Xavier crew of Oscar Postregner, Theo Schlicht, Rory Hogan, Max McIsaac and Hayden Hodges opened up a pretty commanding lead, you'd have to say, at this stage in the race. It's close for second. Scotch with 2 crews, but Scotch in the centre lane. Here, lane 4 is Nicholas Wong, Matthew Veld, George Simmons, Henry Longbottom, and Ned Cox is the Cox of the crew, quite fittingly there. And in third place next, them lane 3, St Kevin's, Nicholas Vetterchat, Jimmy Galante, Thomas Wheelerhan, Julian Doyle, and Ethan Cheong. And St Kevin's possibly moving up level, or in fact past Scotch College, who've just come a little off course there and had to straighten up, and that's cost them a length or so, or maybe more now. Back into third place go that crew from Scotch College, but they're a long way clear of 4th and 5th. Scotch lane 2 and Wesley lane 6, the extremities of the course, fighting out for 4th and 5th at this stage, but it does look as if Xavier have this race very much in the bag now, with that slight steering mishap for Scotch, probably costing them any chance of a late charge for the lead. Instead, they're back in third. St Kevin's in second, but Xavier in front. And they've got just a couple of strokes to go to take out this race here. The B final of the Year 9 Division 7 Cox Quad Scull. Xavier take out the win
comfortably clear, probably almost 4 lengths from St. Kevin's. It will be in second place. Then third, alongside them, a length and a half or so further back, the first of 2 crews from Scotch College. So the lane 4 combination from Scotch will take out third. Fourth looking likely to be Wesley at this stage of the race. The Wesley combination on lane 6 on the northern side here of Lake Wendouree. Still a few strokes to go for these couple of crews, but it will be Wesley 4th and Scotch College lane 2 in 5th place in race 28. The B final of the Year 9 Division 7 coxed quad scull. And the A final is through or at the halfway mark now. At least a full field of 6 in this A final on their way down the course. And it's pretty close between our centre lanes once again. Pretty hard to separate them too much, but Scotch College, I would think, lane 4 look to have their boat in front, and then a very good, very close line for second, third and fourth. Brighton Grammar, Xavier, Melbourne Grammar there as well. Second crew from Brighton Grammar, and also St. Kevin's on lane 7. So a tightly packed field into the second half of this A final, the Year 9 Division 7 coxed quad scull, but St. Kevin's do look to have a length or so now on the rest of this field. Probably Brighton Grammar in second place. And then Xavier lane 3. But the leaders from Scotch, Joshua Waters, Felix McDonald, Nick Heary, Harry Ritchie and Emerson Marshall, coached by Tom McPhail. This leading combination, as they approach the finishing area here, they look to be extending their lead, the crew here from Scotch College. Brighton Grammar lane 5 in second place. Flynn Dorgan, Archie Ludowike, Jarvis Rowe, Jack Hayter and Angus Roberts. And then a good race between the 2 crews on the spectator side of the course. Xavier and Melbourne Grammar School, who will fight out for the bronze medal, you would think, all the way down to the finish line. Brighton Grammar's second crew not too far off the pace either. The few messy strokes from Xavier might cost them here in the final analysis as they drop back into 4th place, and Melbourne Grammar School moving up. Brighton Grammar still with some work to do as well to ensure themselves of a medal. It'll be Scotch College who take the win. Little doubt about that, but getting very interesting for the minor placings here as Scotch head up to the finish line. Melbourne Grammar School coming home really well on the far lane, and they should take second place here, just ahead of either Brighton Grammar or Xavier for second and third. That's a photo if ever I saw it. And then it will be lane 6, the next crew home, Brighton Grammar in 5th place. And 6th will go to St. Kevin's. So Scotch College the win. Melbourne Grammar School unofficially second. We'll wait to confirm the placings in that race shortly. But certainly Scotch comfortably the winners there in the Year 9 Division 7 coxed quad scull. Come back to the results there shortly. Race 30 is approaching its conclusion, which is the B final of the Year 9 Division 6 coxed quad scull. A couple of St. Kevin's crews up there in the lead, along with Scotch and Xavier, not too far away. In fact, only Wesley College over in lane 2 can miss out on a place here, you would think. But St. Kevin's and St. Kevin's side by side, lanes 4 and 3. And giving nothing up, these 2 crews from the same school. The lane 4 crew, the lane 3 crew, side by side, stroke for stroke, nothing between them. And for the second race in a row, It is very close on the line. It may have been lane 4, but we'll wait once again on confirmation there. Third place has gone to Scotch College. No doubt about that one. They were third across the line. Fourth was Xavier, and fifth will be Wesley College. So St Kevin's have taken the Quinella in this race. The order yet to be officially confirmed. That's the B final of the Year 9 Division 6 Coxed Quad Scull. And the A final with us quickly as well. Inside the second 500 metres now. The A final of the Year 9 Division 6 Coxed Quad Scull. And we have Scotch Lane 2. Looks like might be missing a crew here from Melbourne Grammar School, so just a field of 5. But Scotch College, our race leaders on lane 5. Joshua Simons, Hugh Rayner, Nathan Merigo, James Talbot and Will Richards, the leaders here for Scotch College. They've got a length or so on Xavier alongside them, lane 6. Christopher Andrew, Lucas Wang, Oscar Pastregna, Spencer Mayhew and Samuel Searle. And then a good battle between Brighton Grammar in 4, Scotch College in 2. That's the race for the bronze medal, it would seem, although a couple of messy strokes too from Xavier might yet make it interesting for the silver as well. Caulfield Grammar back in 5th place, but it's Scotch College out in front. I think we can pencil in our gold medalist now. We're still a few strokes to go. The lane 5 combination looking very comfortable here from Scotch College, and they'll be across in a couple of strokes' time. Xavier have recovered and will hold on for second place in lane 6. So Xavier second and third place goes to Brighton Grammar lane 4. So it is the centre lanes once again. Scotch in lane 5 from Xavier and Brighton Grammar. Then Scotch lane 2 will finish in 4th place just outside of the medal spots. 5th will go to Caulfield Grammar. And just the 5 crews in that race. The A final of the Year 9 Division 6 Coxed Quad Scull. And Scotch College, the comfortable winners of that A final, as they were of the previous A final, race 29, which was the Year 9 Division 7 Cox Quad Scull. We can confirm the placings now. A couple of close finishes in previous races, which we now have the official results for. Race 29 was won by Scotch College. Melbourne Grammar School finished in 2nd, and Brighton Grammar lane 5 finished in 3rd. So they're the medalists from the Year 9 Division 7 Cox Quad Scull. Scotch College 1st, Melbourne Grammar 2nd, Brighton Grammar lane 5 in 3rd, Xavier were 4th, and Brighton Grammar lane 6 in 5th place. And the very close finish between the two St Kevin's crews in the previous B final, but it was lane 4 from lane 3. So St Kevin's lane 4 beating St Kevin's lane 3. And Scotch College in the B final of the Year 9 Division 6 Coxed Quad Scull. That's the official result of race 30. As we've just seen, race 31 has been won by Scotch College, who have in fact won each of the last 3 A finals here today. Scotch College taking out the Division 6 Quad Scull to go with Division 7 and 8. So Scotch have won each of the Quad Scull events contested so far, certainly showing their strength at the lower end of the Year 9 program. We'll see if that continues as we head into the higher categories of racing. The Division 5 Quad Scull, the next event, that B final, is soon to get underway. In fact, is underway as we see just the 2 crews, it seems, on their way. So not a full field. There were 4 crews listed on the program, but just 2 appear to be on the water here. So the two crews in this B final, it looks like it's Caulfield Grammar in 3, Wesley College in 4, the only two crews in the race. Despite the small field, it's a pretty good race between these two. Wesley in the ascendancy, but there'll be less than a length between the two crews. Just on 250 metres now to race. Wesley College, Woody Wanless, Ben Cooklich, Frederick Glynn, Sam Church, and Callum the Surf. And Caulfield Grammar is Tom Moffat, Charlie Newport, Aaron McIntosh, Logan Wilson, and Kira Price in the cox seat of that crew as they try and get back on terms. Caulfield Grammar, and they've made up some of the margin on Wesley. It looked to be a length a couple of hundred metres ago. It's now closed up to less than that. In fact, Caulfield are moving up alongside Wesley and just about going past as if the Wesley crew was standing still. They'll need to respond quickly, Wesley College, or this B final could be over. But Caulfield throwing a couple of messy strokes there as they enter the spectator area, and it will be on now over the closing stages. Here's still Caulfield with the better boat speed here. You can see them moving straight past the Wesley crew, who just don't seem able to respond anymore on the closing strokes of this race. And it does look as if Caulfield will do enough. They're clear by half a length now as they approach the line. And it's Caulfield Grammar who take out the B final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. Caulfield first, Wesley College second. Just the two crews, but barely a length between them all the way down the course in race 32. So Caulfield Grammar across in first place. They take out the B final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. And we now await the A final of the same event. And we're off in race 33, the A final of the U9 Division 5 coxed quad scull. False alarm. I think this is just the two crews that missed the previous race, Brighton and Carey. Along with a crew from Melbourne Grammar on the southern side of the course. So this is another demonstration row by a few crews who weren't present for the start of their own race. So while this event progresses down the course, just confirmation that medals are available for collection at the bottom of the judges' tower for all A final place getting crews. So state championship gold, silver and bronze medals are available to all crews. You need to come and collect those. There are no formal presentation ceremonies permitted under the current rules, but you can still come and collect your state championship medal from the bottom level of the judges' tower. So please, all crews that have won or placed in an A final, please make sure you do that before leaving the regatta venue today. So we've got on the course now one Division 6 quad scull and two Division 5s, and the Division 6 crew we're doing best of all. That's Melbourne Grammar School over on the spectator bank. They were listed in the A final of this race, but weren't present at the start, at least not in time. And then two Division 5 crews, both who missed the B final just previously, Brighton Grammar and Carey Grammar, and they're putting on a great race, those two crews. There's nothing between Brighton and Carey in the race for second and third, but Melbourne Grammar School will easily be the first crew across the line here now. And the A final is underway, race 33. So they're racing for real at the other end of the course, but Melbourne Grammar School come across here and complete their 1,000-metre row over. And I think it'll be Carey just edging out Brighton Grammar as these two boats go to the line very close together, which would have been interesting. Was it an actual race? But from here anyway, it was Carey over Brighton Grammar, the two Year 9 Division 5 quad sculls from the B final. And Melbourne Grammar School there as well from a previous event. But back to the racing. It is race 33, the final of the Year 9 Division 5 coxed quad scull. And we do now have the full field of 6. With Scotch College showing out in front. Xavier also doing well on the outside of the course. And Melbourne Grammar School there as well. And two schools from St Kevin's on the judges' side. Lane 6 certainly leading lane 7 in the battle of the St Kevin's crews. In fact, 3 St Kevin's crews in this race. Also there in lane 3. So the St Kevin's crew is probably sitting 4th, 5th and 6th, all out of the medals at this stage. But Xavier have gone out very hard on lane 2. And we'll see if they can retain their third spot as they come inside the final third of this race. But the race for the gold is in the centre lane. Scotch College in 4, Cohen Langford, Thomas Schmerl, Campbell Reid, Max Boykett, and Axel Gertis, and Melbourne Grammar School in lane 5, Lachlan Hunier, George McGurr, Christian Speller, Hunter Pizzi, and Jake Marchison. And those two certainly fighting out for first and second as expected. Xavier just coming back to the field now, and St Kevin's coming at them from 3 different lanes, but certainly St Kevin's lane 3 are going looking for the bronze medal. Also St Kevin's lane 6, but Xavier lane 2 are holding on there in 3rd spot. Melbourne Grammar School too will have to be careful they don't get swamped in this battle for bronze, because they're dropping off the pace being set by our race leaders. Scotch College looking to make it 4 wins from 4 quad scull A finals here, and they'll almost certainly achieve that, you'd think, in about 20 seconds time as this crew approaches the line here in the centre lane. Scotch College in lane 4, well clear now of Melbourne Grammar School. Xavier still there just over St Kevin's in the race for 3rd and 4th, and that will be the order in which they cross the line. First place does go to Scotch College in the centre lane. They do get another win in the quad sculls. 2nd, Melbourne Grammar School. 3rd place will be Xavier, who gamely hang on there with some strong strokes over the closing stages. Xavier finished 3rd. They'll get a bronze medal. And the 3 crews from St Kevin's, 4th, 5th and 6th. Lane 3 finishes in 4th place. Lane 6 finishes in 5th place. And lane 7 finishes in 6th position. So Scotch, Melbourne Grammar and Xavier, our medalists from the A final of the Year 9 Division 3 quad scull. And just a reminder again that medals for all place getters can be collected from the bottom of the judges' tower as soon as your race is completed. So if a crew or a representative of the crew can go and collect those medals as soon as the race is finished, or at least certainly before you leave Lake Wendouree today. The B final of the Year 9 Division 4 Coxed Quad Scull is approaching its conclusion pretty quickly as well. Caulfield Grammar and Trinity Grammar, in fact, it would be showing up in front here closest to the judges' side of the course from Caulfield Grammar. Then the Geelong College in between those two, and Carey Grammar as well. Again, we're 1 crew short here. Brighton Grammar don't appear to have made the start of this race, but Trinity Grammar certainly up in front. Tom Avram, Patrick Gillian, Kai Clark, Ben Harris and James Salamone, our race leaders by a length or so from Caulfield Grammar in 2nd. Will Cregan, Hayden McPhee, Rory Upton, Oliver Jackson and Kiki Stevens in the cox seat of that boat by a length or so from the Geelong College and also Carey Grammar. But it is Trinity Grammar in front here, just a couple of strokes to go. And they're across the line now. Trinity first on lane 6 in the B final of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. 2nd place goes to Caulfield Grammar. 3rd, then the crew from the Geelong College. And 4th place will be Carey Grammar in race 34, the B final of the Year 9 Division 4 Coxed Quad Scull. And straight back down the course, the A final underway through the first 250 metres, and Scotch College looking for another win here. They're in the centre lanes once more as a heat winner. On lane 4 alongside Melbourne Grammar School in 5, but the full field from lane 2 is Xavier, then Ballarat Grammar in 3, Scotch in 4, Melbourne Grammar in 5, St Kevin's in 6, and Wesley College lane 7. And all 6 crews, yeah, pretty much in the expected formation. Scotch in front with Melbourne Grammar School not too far away. Then most likely Ballarat Grammar would be in 3rd place, sitting on a bronze medal at this point in the race. Back a little to St Kevin's in 6, Wesley in 7 and Xavier in 2. The crews on the extremities of the course. So Scotch College it is with a narrow margin there still. The Scotch crew of George Clifford, Nicholas Baring, Lockie Green, Pat Phillips and Sebastian Pagnan. As they're well through the halfway mark now, just on about 300 metres to row in fact, and soon to pass the yellow boys that mark 250 left on the course here. The biggest challenge to Scotch maybe coming from the other side now. Ballarat Grammar, Darcy Jones, Harris Timms, Charles Seebeck, Angus Gray and Will French there, who looks to have moved ahead of Melbourne Grammar School in the race for second and third. And Ballarat Grammar really having a strong go here. At the end of the race, they are setting out after our leaders from Scotch, who've seen the challenge coming in, had to lift their rating, but done that fairly well, Scotch College, holding on still by a length or so with 150 metres now to race. So it's Scotch from Ballarat Grammar. Melbourne Grammar School now having to hang on even for a bronze medal here. They are in danger of being swamped by St Kevin's and also Wesley College on this northern side of Lake Wendouree. A great race for the minor medals coming up, and Ballarat Grammar not giving up the race for the gold either. They are pushing Scotch College all the way down to the line now, right in front of the spectators. They're making up ground. Ballarat Grammar, but maybe a little bit too slowly. They're 2/3 of a length off the pace, and it will be Scotch College 5 from 5 in the quad sculls now. They go across to a hard-fought win. Scotch first, Ballarat Grammar second. Great racing from both of those quads, and a great finish to hold on by Melbourne Grammar School, who will take the bronze medal just from St Kevin's in fourth. Fifth goes to Wesley. Sixth will be Xavier. All very close together in the closing stages of the A final of the Year 9 Division 4 coxed quad scull. But after all that, the result's the same in each of the quad scull races so far today. Scotch College have taken out the win, but narrowly in this case from Ballarat Grammar and also Melbourne Grammar. This now is the B final of the Year Division 3 coxed quad scull. So we continue to move through these races quite quickly. Haileybury in lane 1, Geelong College in 2, Albert Park College in 3, Carey Grammar in 4, Trinity in 5, Caulfield Grammar in 6, and Wesley College in 7. This is our first 7-boat race of the day. One of the only 7-boat races, I suspect, of the day as well, probably to get around having a one-boat C final. They've combined the crews into this one event, and it's a great sight seeing these 7 quads racing down the still wonderfully calm waters of Lake Wendouree here, and not much between them at all. All 7 cruisers, probably about 3 or 4 lengths from first to last, but the race being led in the centre lanes there by Trinity Grammar, I think, narrowly ahead of Carey Grammar. Those yellow colours showing up distinctively as always. Caulfield Grammar there as well in lane 6. That'd be the top 3 just from Wesley. Then Albert Park, the Geelong College, and Haileybury over in lane 1 back in 7th place. But like I said, only about 4 lengths separate the field. But the top 3 have gone clear. Trinity, Carey and Caulfield Grammar yet to sort out the order, and Wesley College trying to stick with our leading 3 crews as well. Trinity Grammar there in the centre of the course. Mazai Samuel, Hamish Brown, Campbell Dieter, Matthew DeDonka and Rudy Richardson. Caulfield Grammar beside them, Nicholas Carlin, Quinn Cooper, Matthew English, Brian Ewan and Lucy Hackett, the Cox there as they push home, and Carey Grammar as well. Wesley finishing quickly, but Caulfield will get the win. Caulfield Grammar just photo for second. 4th will go to Wesley on this side. 5th then Albert Park. 6th will be the Geelong College. 7th Haileybury. So Caulfield Grammar definitely first across. It was extremely tight between Trinity and Carey as they drove to the line in that B final. We will confirm the placings shortly there, but certainly Caulfield Grammar first across the line and Wesley College in 4th. Watch the A final first of all, which is over halfway through as well. A field of 6 this time around. Ballarat Grammar lane 2, Scotch College in 3, St Kevin's in 4, Brighton Grammar in 5, Xavier in 6, Melbourne Grammar School in 7, and Brighton Grammar threatening to tear up the script here. Scotch College have won the previous 5 quad scull finals, but Brighton have got their boat in front here with about 300 metres to race ahead of Scotch, who are doing a good job there in second place, but have a bit of ground to make up. And then in between those two, the crew from St Kevin's probably third, just ahead of Ballarat Grammar, then Melbourne Grammar, and also Xavier. There's been a shipwreck there in the third place crew, the St Kevin's crew. See again an oar sticking up at a pretty horrific angle there. They've come to a complete stop and will, I think, end up now in sixth position. So a chance for a bronze medal for a couple of crews that mightn't have thought they were going to do so 30 seconds or so ago. Ballarat Grammar and Melbourne Grammar on the extremities of the course are suddenly engaged in a battle for third place. And Scotch College are really coming out after Brighton Grammar as well. So they've not given up on the chance to take out another gold medal here, the crew from Scotch. But Brighton Grammar looking good. Aidan Roos, Spencer Kirkham, Jesse Smith, Lachlan Lewis and Angus Roberts there holding off Scotch by probably 2/3 of a length or so at this stage. Still very close for third as well. But Brighton Grammar it will be. They're holding on. They're pulling clear now and they'll win it by a length. Brighton Grammar taking out the Year 9 Division 3 coxed quad scull. Second place goes to Scotch College. Third will be close on opposite sides of the course, possibly Melbourne Grammar this side just ahead of Ballarat Grammar the far side. So Melbourne Grammar take out bronze. Ballarat Grammar in 4th. 5th place goes to Xavier. And 6th as they've recovered well on the whole crew moving together now. St Kevin's will eventually come across the line. Unfortunately for them, missing out on what was possibly going to be a bronze medal earlier on, but they've done well to recover and row out the 1,000-metre course. And St Kevin's across now in 6th place to complete the Year 9 Division 3 Quad Scull A final. Do have the C final on the course of the Year 9 Division 2 coxed quad scull, but I've just actually seen the photo finish of 2 races ago and confirmed just how close it was in the concluding stages of race 36, the B final of the Year 9 Division 3 coxed quad scull. We had 0.2 of a second from second to fourth in that race. As we know, Caulfield Grammar won the race. Second place has gone to lane 5, Trinity, and third to lane 4, Carey Grammar, and then fourth was lane 7, Wesley College. So very close, so just 0.2 of a second from second to fourth, and did require a photo finish to separate those crews officially. But Caulfield Grammar from Trinity and Carey Grammar in the B final of the Year 9 Division 3 coxed quad scull. Race 38 has a field of just 2, it looks like. The C final of the Year 9 Division 2 coxed quad scull. Looks to be the fairly distinctive racing colours of St Kevin's there out in front. Lucas Moorfeld, Samson Clifford, Oliver Talika, Patrick Murray and Connor Hayes in that St Kevin's crew on lane 5. And Halbury, the other crew in the race, Luke Scott, Joshy Haynes, Joshua Linders, Alexandra Kaiser, and Niraja Ahilan. There was a Damascus crew also listed, but it does appear they are not contesting this race. So the C final of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scale will be very comfortably won by the crew from St Kevin's, Lane 5. We'll get the win as they come across now, and second place, still with 100 or so metres to race, the crew on Lane 4 from Halbury. And they'll finish in second place to complete race 38 in a few strokes' time. That's the C final of the Year 9 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. Event for which the B final is already underway, or is just underway, in fact, as one race finishes. The C final concludes in front of us with Halbury going across the line. And the B finalists now sent on their way from the 1,000 metre start. Precisely on time too at 12:10. Thank you for all crews for helping the regatta to back on time, and to our hard-working officials up there at the start, of course, marshalling the crews into line and sending the racers on their way. And this race is race 39, a field of 6 in the B final of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. Geelong College in lane 2, Xavier in 3, Wesley College in 4, Scotch College in 5, and unsurprisingly they're prominent once again, the Scotch crew, alongside Kerry Grammar in 6 and Albert Park College in 7. But Scotch and Xavier look to be the top two. The opening third of this race. Between those two, a little bit of work to do for Wesley College in the centre lane, in lane 4, but back in third or fourth spot at this stage. The Geelong College on the other side of the course, the Southern Bank, doing quite well. And then pretty close together, lanes 6 and 7. Carey Grammar in 6, Albert Park College in 7. The race up towards the halfway mark of this event, and certainly Scotch College still show the way. Will Hosking, Samuel Manderson, Nico Nash, and Angus Woolard, the cocks of the leading Scotch College crew. They'll be keeping an eye on the crews out to their stroke side. Lanes 3 and 2. Xavier in 3. Liam Jones, Thomas Colgan, Oscar McMillan, William Quinn, and Freddie Dwyer. Next, that crew from Xavier is the Geelong College, right out there in lane 2. And also back to the northern side of the course, Kerry Grammar, not out of calculations by any means yet. Possibly sitting very close to third spot at least, in a good battle with the Geelong College on the other side of the course. And just to behind them would be Albert Park College, and still is Wesley College lane 4. Not where you expect the lane 4 crew to be. There may have been a mishap earlier in the race, but they never seem to have been in contention for a medal, that Wesley crew. Winding up now from the back of the field, it must be said, but a lot of work to do to move up into the top 3. So Scotch College it is. Narrowly beaten in the previous final, of course, by Brighton Grammar. Otherwise, an unblemished records in the quad so far. Their biggest challenge here is coming from the Xavier crew over there in lane 3. The Geelong College, Carey Grammar still thereabouts as well. Wesley moving quickly now, but I think you've left their run a bit too late. And Albert Park College, lane 7, and there as well. So Scotch College, it is our leading crew with over a length still from Xavier in second place. Carey and the Geelong College fighting out for the bronze medal. But Scotch College it'll be who get the win. They're across now in the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. So Scotch continue on their merry way. Xavier will finish in second place. Third will be tight, but lane 6, Carey Grammar, will get it. Fourth then goes to the Geelong College, almost stopping early, but getting there And 5th and 6th was very close. Wesley or Albert Park for the last couple of spots. But Scotch College take out that B final there. So no medals, in fact, being a B final, of course. But Scotch, Xavier and Carey Grammar, the top 3. Medals to be decided amongst these 6 crews now lining up at the 1,000-metre start for race 40. Just the 4 races to go before the lunch break here today. The A final of this Division 2 quad, and then the CB and A finals of the Division 1 quad to follow. So if you're watching on the web stream or here at the course on your phone, some great shots coming in from the start of this race. You can see the 6 crews lining up there and just about ready to go as the aligner will have the crews in position and then allow the starter to send them on their way. You can see the water at the 1,000-metre start is almost as good as it is here at the finish line. So certainly great conditions here for this Junior Boys State Championship Day here on Lake Wendouree. The 6 crews are in the starters' hands now, just about lined up, it would seem, in race 40. Trinity Lane 2. It's at the top of the screen. Ballarat Grammar in 3, Caulfield Grammar 4, Ballarat Clarendon 5, Brighton Grammar 6, and Melbourne Grammar School Lane 7. And the 6 crews are on their way now in the A final of the Year 9 Division 2 coxed quad scull. Pretty good start by the one of the home crews, you'd say. Ballarat Grammar really flying out there on lane 3. You can see a jump clear of Caulfield Grammar alongside them. Ballarat Clarendon also doing well. The locals with a couple of chances in this race. Brighton Grammar trying to go with Ballarat Clarendon. Official result just confirmed in the previous race. We know it was Scotch College first, Xavier second, Carey third, the Geelong College fourth. 5th place was close. It was Albert Park College who've taken out 5th from Wesley College in 6th place in race 39, the B final of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. But the interest now very much in the A final as these 6 crews continue on their way, and it still is the 2 Ballarat crews who are doing well in the middle stages now of this race. They head up towards that platform that marks the halfway point of this 1,000-metre course here. And Ballarat Grammar Lane 3 have certainly gone out very hard from the start. They've gone well clear of Trinity and also Caulfield Grammar, but Ballarat Clarendon challenging on this northern side along with Brighton Grammar, and Melbourne Grammar School not too far off the pace either. So Ballarat Grammar, the crew of Ethan Scully, Henry McNeil, Xavier Butler, Oliver Harris and Archer Hall certainly asking the questions in the first half of this race, and Ballarat Clarendon responding in kind. That's Oliver Finch, Nate Chalmers, Liam Broster, William Deverell and Zach McClure-Page in the Ballarat Clarendon College colours there, and right alongside them too is the crew from Brighton Grammar, Kyle Roos, Harry Newitt, Patrick Hanley, Lockie Roberts and Angus Roberts. That crew coached by Hunter Hilditch. And not too far from them is also Melbourne Grammar School, the crew of Henry Walters, Otto Smythe, Charlie Leach, Oscar Cheatham and Samuel Lavini. So the 3 crews on the northern side are really having a good race, and Ballarat Grammar, who went out very hard from the start, just got their work cut out now to hold on with this top 3. They're certainly still in medal contention at this stage. They're well clear of both Trinity Lane 2 and Caulfield Grammar Lane 4, who were the 2 you'd think who are destined to miss out on a top 3 spot here. But the other 4 crews continue now with just 200 metres still to race. Ballarat Clarendon, our race leaders, narrowly from Brighton Grammar. Ballarat Grammar still there, and Melbourne Grammar School as well. But 4 into 3 does not go. One of these crews will miss out on a medal here. Brighton Grammar just have to correct their steering a little. Ballarat Clarendon looking good there in the centre of the course. They've got their boat still narrowly in front, and Melbourne Grammar School fighting on gamely in the shadow here of the Judges Tower as Ballarat Grammar lift again as well and try to maintain their spot in the top 3. It is Ballarat Clarendon in front by maybe half a length from Brighton Grammar. Ballarat Grammar and Melbourne Grammar looking for that bronze medal as well. Ballarat Clarendon will take out the win here. They come across and get the race. Second goes to lane 6, Brighton Grammar. Third is very close. I think Melbourne Grammar School have pinched bronze there from Ballarat Grammar in the closing strokes. So the 3 crews in the end, it looks like on the northern side have taken out the medals. 5th and 6th will be very close as well. Once again, it might just be Trinity Lane 2 ahead of Caulfield Grammar Lane 4 in 5th and 6th place. Ballarat Clarendon the winners, unofficially will confirm the placing shortly. Awaiting a scheduled C final in the Year 9 Division 1 coxed quad scull, but from the number of crews lining up, it appears we might be going straight to race 42, which is the B final. So possibly about to reach the penultimate race before lunch. We can confirm the results now of race 40. And it was as it seemed. First place, lane 5, Ballarat Clarendon. Second, lane 6, Brighton Grammar. And third, lane 7, Melbourne Grammar School. Fourth was lane 3, Ballarat Grammar. Fifth was Trinity. And sixth was Caulfield Grammar in the A final of the Year 9 Division 2 coxed quad scull. So Ballarat Clarendon have a win in the quad scull events. In Division 2, joining Brighton Grammar, who took out their first win in Division 3. And of course, now we have Division 1 to unfold over the next 10 minutes or so as we see the B and A finals in the top category of Year 9 racing. It's all been Year 9 racing this morning. This afternoon sees a full Year 10 program with, again, quad scale, I think some 4 races and also a few 8s later in the program as well. Some 8s races to conclude the day. The last race at about 4 p.m. this afternoon. It does look as if we are going straight on to the B final with those 6 crews lining up. So you can assume the C final will not take place, which was listed as being between the Geelong College and Ballarat Grammar. In fact, it appears that the C final crews have been combined into the B final, or at least one of them has. 04 there, if you are watching on the stream, is the Geelong College crew listed for the C final, and the remaining crews appear to be B finalists. So a combined race here, and then the A final to follow. So it is 2 events left to conclude the morning's racing. The B final field is Gippsland Grammar, lane 2. Carey Grammar in 3. Caulfield Grammar in 4. Wesley College in 5. Xavier in 6, and Scotch College lane 7. And then the Geelong College crew from the C final racing in what is lane 8. So the 7 crews are on their way. The B final, race 42, the Year 9 Division 1 coxed quad scull, the top category of Year 9 racing. And again, 7 boats on the course over the 1,000-metre journey. So we saw in the previous race, a crew on the outside lane's gone out pretty hard. It looks to be Gippsland Grammar in this case. They're over in lane 2, who have pushed out well clear of the crews around them at least. Centre lanes, but not too far off the pace. Wesley College in 5, Caulfield Grammar in 4. 2 of the heat winners from earlier today. And the crew on the outside lane from the Geelong College just dropping off a little. That was the crew scheduled for the C final, but as the only crew in that race able to row on the outside lane of the B final. Scotch in lane 7 have also got away pretty well. It would have been an outside lane, but for that crew from the Geelong College. So Scotch certainly up there contending in the middle stages. Gippsland Grammar have come back to the field a little bit now, and Caulfield Grammar in the centre certainly seem to be asserting their ascendancy now, along with Wesley College. But Caulfield Grammar, Carey Grammar beside them, they've regained that early lead that Gippsland Grammar seemed to have claimed, and Scotch College too certainly racing hard on the other side on lane 7 of the course. So Scotch, Caulfield Grammar and Carey Grammar look to be the top 3 at halfway. Not much between those 3 crews. Gippsland Grammar still holding on there on the outside lane. Might be back in 4th place now, but certainly not too far off the pace, and they would lead the other couple of crews. Wesley in 5, Xavier in 6, and the Geelong College in the outside lane. So they're well through halfway now, about 350 or so metres still to race. May still be Carey Grammar with the narrowest of leads here. Lucas Aspromonte, Sam Bavic, Heath Markovic, Edward Anstey, and Oscar Hoth, the crew coached by Riley Arnold. Alongside them, Caulfield Grammar, Curtis Wilkinson, James Marietti, Jake Mell, Ned Smith, and Abby Mullen. And then over towards the northern side, Scotch College certainly doing well. Finn Moran, Kip Scarborough, Harrison Lodge, William Challingsworth, and Flynn McKenzie. And then back probably to Gippsland Grammar. Wesley College coming back into contention here ahead of Xavier and also the Geelong College. So Scotch on one side, Carey Grammar on the other. They're certainly our top two. Caulfield Grammar just back in third ahead of the Wesley College crew of James Archer, Xavier Bemert, George Teague, James Hyde, and Archie Graham as they come inside the final 100 metres now, and this is still anyone's race. Scotch on one side, Carey on the other side of the course. Caulfield Grammar up the middle with Wesley just dropping off, and Gippsland Grammar trying to hold on as well. The Scotch College crew maybe just. Caulfield Grammar finishing very quickly. They've gone past Carey in the closing strokes and move up into second, but Scotch College will take the win on lane 7. Scotch first, Caulfield second, Carey third. Very close there for second and third. Close also for fourth and fifth. It'll be Gippsland Grammar over lane 5, Wesley College, and lane 6, Xavier in 6th place. And then we will have in 7th place the crew also from the Geelong College. So Scotch take out the B final, Caulfield Grammar and Carey Grammar second and third. And we're underway in the A final as well. So the last race of the first half of the program. The A final of the U9 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. Brighton Grammar lane 2, Melbourne Grammar in 3, St Kevin's in 4, Ballarat Clarendon in 5, Damascus in 6, and Trinity Grammar in lane 7. Crews in the centre lanes have got out well. St Kevin's and Ballarat Clarendon. Also been a good middle section of the race from Trinity Grammar in lane 7. Although Damascus possibly moving through now to take third spot. Melbourne Grammar School thereabouts as well over on the other side. And back a little further to Brighton Grammar on the southern side on lane 2. St Kevin's the crew to watch here. James Sutherland, James Ragg, Douglas Kerr, Max Portelli, and Joseph Williamson, the cocks of the St Kevin's crew, who've certainly got a discernible lead here over the rest of the field. Ballarat Clarendon still there, probably in second place. Melbourne Grammar School on the other side of St Kevin's, the other contender you'd think for second and third at this point in the race, and Brighton Grammar as well. Continuing to hold off, probably Trinity still from Damascus in 5th and 6th. So close for the minor medals, but St Kevin's looking good. Ballarat Clarendon possibly just in second place. James Forsyth, Charlie McClure, Micah Hickenbotham, Hugh Trigg, and James Tippett. And they would lead, will be in second from Melbourne Grammar, Charles Wake, Max Woods, Thomas Conroy, Angus Russell, and Samuel Lavini, ahead of Brighton Grammar and Trinity Grammar on opposite sides of the course, and Damascus College there as well. So it's St Kevin's who lead, and they've got a linked on Ballarat Clarendon. Still remains tight for third. Melbourne Grammar School, Brighton Grammar, Trinity Grammar, and Damascus still not giving up the chase either. So it might be interesting for the minor medals, but St Kevin's will be hard to catch here for the gold. St Kevin's lead here by a length or more now from Ballarat Clarendon in second place, and Melbourne Grammar School there in third. They're inside the final 3 or 4 strokes now, this crew from St Kevin's, and they'll win this U9 Division 1 Quad Scull easily in the end. St Kevin's first by a length and a half from Ballarat Clarendon in second place. Third will go to the crew from Melbourne Grammar School, and 4th, 5th and 6th will be as close as anything as these last 3 crews come towards the line. Lane 7, I think Trinity will finish 4th. 5th will go to Brighton Grammar, and 6th the crew from Damascus. But it's St Kevin's the winners of the Year 9 Division 1 Quad Scull from Ballarat Clarendon and Melbourne Grammar School. So that does conclude the first half of today's regatta. The Year 9 component has been completed. We do resume after a lunch break of an hour or so. Exactly an hour, in fact, to the next race, which is scheduled for 1:35. Some preliminary races of the Year 10 coxed 4s. Also some 2,000 metre races coming up this afternoon in the Year 10 8s. So some great racing to come over the second half of this regatta in an hour or so for now. A couple of reminders before we leave you in peace for a few minutes that medals are available for all winning crews for collection from the bottom of the judges' tower. So any of these Year 9 crews that have finished first, second or third in an A final today, please come and collect or send a representative from your crew to come and collect your medals from the bottom of the judges' tower. They are available now for all of the Year 9 races, and the same will apply to the Year 10 races this afternoon. And a request, of course, in advance for the Year 10 races for all crews to ensure they are in the start zone 10 minutes before the scheduled start time for their race. Ensure that we can keep the regatta on schedule for the second half of the day. Don't forget the regatta shop, working hard in the merchandise area. You can head to the regatta shop to get your event merchandise, including hoodies and T-shirts with a full list of competitors' names on the back. A great souvenir from this regatta. Also a range of shorts and tracksuit pants, water bottles, and all sorts of other memorabilia available from the regatta shop marquee. Are also available for purchase on their website at theregattashop.com.au. Don't forget the boost juice van and the coffee van and the food vendors over in the spectator area as well. It's hungry work watching rowing, as we all know, so you've got a chance now to get some food or drink before we resume racing in just over an hour's time. So we'll be back at 1:35 with the preliminary races in the male school Year 10 coxed 4s. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the racing. Crews and officials back out on the water after the lunch break. So the good news is we should be underway in just a couple of minutes' time. Our first scheduled race is the preliminary of the Year 10 Division 4 Coxed 4, scheduled for 1:35. So just on 2 minutes away. And we can see a number of crews already lined up at the 1,000-metre start, so that race likely to be with us on schedule in just a couple of minutes' time. A further reminder to all crews that you need to be in the start zone 10 minutes before the scheduled start time for your race. I know many are used to the 5-minute rule, but on this course particularly, with a need to line crews up with a 1,000-metre start from 500 metres down the course, it is necessary to be ready 10 minutes before the race time. So if all crews could please ensure they are in that area. For 1,000-metre races, the start zone begins at the 500-metre mark, and you'll be marshalled onto the course and into your lane from there. And you do need to be there 10 minutes before the scheduled start time for your race. So coaches and crews, please take note to allow enough time to travel to the start, to be there 10 minutes before the start time for your race. Conditions remain absolutely perfect here at Lake Wendouree. There's barely a breath of air here at the finish line, and shots from the start coming through now from the 1,000-metre mark. It looks perfect up there as well, so even better, I think, than we saw at the conclusion of the first half of the racing day. Some very, very flat water out there, and hopefully that remains the case over the next 2 or 3 hours as we move through the Year 10 program on this Rowing Victoria Junior Boys State Championship for 2021. Reminder too that the Senior State Championship is taking place at Lake Ngambie this weekend over both today and tomorrow. There is no live streaming of that regatta, but the results are being updated live on the Rowing Victoria website, so you can keep up to date with all the activity from Ngambie through the Rowing Victoria website. And of course, if you can't be here for the whole afternoon, the live streaming continuing throughout the afternoon, so all racing you can watch on your phone or on your tablet, or from anywhere else if you can't be here at Lake Wendouree for the rest of the day. If you are watching on the live stream, you can see the start there lining up in this first race 44. Some great shots coming through. I was just having the live streaming process explained to me through the lunch break by the hard-working technicians making it all happen, and operating these cameras and switching between shots, and trying to align the pitches with some of the unplanned commentary that may intervene over the course of the day, but doing a great job at this regatta. And over the course of the season so far, we've had several regattas live streamed here from Lake Wendouree, and the technology is certainly much easier to, well, for those who can't be here, to see what is happening around the regatta. So we'll be underway shortly in race 44. It is a preliminary race. It is the Year 10 Division 4 Coxed 4. So preliminary race, effectively a race for lanes. All crews will move through to the final, which will take place later on in the program. But this does give these crews a chance to practice their race plans and have a go over the 1,000-metre course before racing for medals a little bit later on. So 6 crews on the program. Only 5 currently visible, which might explain the slight delay in the start of the race. Looks to be Geelong Grammar not present. There's no lane 7 currently. The crew's not quite sitting ready yet. So an interesting situation emerging in this race, which is about to get underway. The good news is Geelong Grammar are present. The interesting part of it is they are racing in a quad scull in an otherwise coxed 4 event, but all crews have been sent on their way now. This is the preliminary race of the Year 10 Division 4 coxed 4. And for those watching on the screen, the crew closest to the screen was the Geelong Grammar quad. Now, you generally expect a quad scull to have a speed advantage over a coxed 4. But we'll see how this plays out in any case. It is, as I said, a preliminary race, so this is not the final. All crews theoretically will progress through to the final and be seeded based on their results into the centre lanes. So we'll see how this interesting battle unfolds. It is a field of 6 in any case. Ballarat Clarendon are in lane 2. Ballarat Grammar in lane 3. St Patrick's in lanes 4 and 5. Ballarat Clarendon in 6. And then the Geelong Grammar crew in a quad scull racing in lane 7. So an all Ballarat affair apart from the lane 7 crew, certainly as far as the 4s component of this race is concerned. Plenty of crews you would think who are quite familiar with racing against each other from the Ballarat schools here on Lake Wendouree. So 2 crews from St Patrick's in the centre of the course. The lane 5 combination certainly got away pretty well in the opening stages of this race. Ballarat Grammar doing well as well. And the 2 crews from Ballarat Clarendon bookending the field. And then that's quad scull from Geelong Grammar as well, who are certainly dropped back in the early stages and don't appear to be strongly contending for the lead. So the 5 Ballarat 4s having a good race here in this preliminary battle. St Patrick's in the centre of the course. Ballarat Grammar in 3. That'd be the top 2. Ballarat Clarendon lane 2, not too far off the pace. And I've had to recheck my calculations on 4s versus quads. But you would certainly expect a quad scale with 8 oars as opposed to 4 to not be at the back of the field anyway in this case. So I'm not sure what's happened there with the Geelong Grammar crew, but in any case, as I said, this is just a preliminary race. They will meet again presumably in the same boat class when it comes to the final in a couple of hours' time, but a really tight tussle between these Ballarat schools, the 5 of them, 2 from St Patrick's, 2 from Ballarat Clarendon, 1 from Ballarat Grammar, and very hard to pick a leader as these 5 crews surge toward the line. The 2 Ballarat Clarendon crews just back a little in 4th and 5th, but St Patrick's, and Ballarat Grammar are absolutely side by side here. The Ballarat Grammar crew maybe just surging through into the lead now with 100 metres to go with St Patrick's alongside them in lanes 4 and 5, and then Ballarat Clarendon in 2 and 6 as well. So Ballarat Grammar by half a length have got their boat in front. The 2 St Patrick's crews are about to dead heat as well in 2nd and 3rd. The win goes to Ballarat Grammar. Not a clue on 2nd and 3rd at this stage. That's very tight. Ballarat Clarendon 4th lane 2 and Ballarat Clarendon 5th lane 6. And 6th place then will go to the quad scull from Geelong Grammar. So a photo for 2nd and 3rd, but it'll be St Patrick's either way. Ballarat Grammar, the winners, getting in front late, and they have taken out this preliminary race, and they'll get the centre lane when it comes to the final, alongside one of those 2 St Patrick's combinations. Our next preliminary race on the course as well, the Year 10 Division 3, Cox 4, St Kevin's Lane 2, Ballarat Clarendon in 3, Caulfield Grammar in 4, St Patrick's in 5. And the two crews on the spectator side doing best at this stage. St Kevin's, Maximus Raffinello, Rafferty DeVerne, Thomas Deserter, Noah Spiteri and Nefez Touk. Alongside Ballarat, Clarendon, Alexander Grove, Ned Blankine, Thomas Kirby, Fraser McDonald and Thomas Cartledge. They're the clear top two. Then Caulfield Grammar and then St Patrick's in 4th place. A preliminary race again, so racing for lanes. And the finals are still to come. And it'll be pretty tight here in the closing stroke between St Kevin's and Ballarat Clarendon, who've moved back on the leaders. Still a canvas or so off the pace, Ballarat Clarendon, but St Kevin's just doing enough, I'd think, to hang on, and they will do exactly that as they cross the line now. In fact, almost half a length as they do so. So St Kevin's first, Ballarat Clarendon second, close for 3rd and 4th too, but they'll eventually finish in lane order down the page. 1, 2, 3 and 4 St Kevin's from Ballarat Clarendon, Caulfield Grammar 3rd, and St Patrick's Ballarat in 4th place. That's the preliminary race of the Year 10 Division 3 Coxed 4. Ready for a start in race 46, the preliminary of the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. This is a Quad Scull event, the Coxed 4, the next race. Can just confirm the official result of the first race after lunch, 2 race 44. That very close finish between the two St Pat's crews, but it was the win to Ballarat Grammar in lane 3. Second place has gone to St Patrick's lane 5. That's the crew of Watkins, Atkins, Gatt, Sands and Brody. And then third, St Patrick's lane 4, the crew of Stute, O'Loughlin, Rowe, Bliker and Tawney. So St Patrick's lane 5 second, St Patrick's lane 4 third, and Ballarat Clarendon 4th on lane 2. The winners were Ballarat Grammar in that pretty close finish in the Year 10 Division 4 preliminary, and it should be a close final to come in a couple of hours' time. Race 46 underway. Another preliminary race here. All 5 crews on their way. Trinity Grammar in lane 2. Brighton Grammar lane 3. Albert Park College lane 4 have certainly got out to a very good start. Trinity Grammar again lane 5 and St Kevin's in lane 6 are the 5 crews. And it's certainly Albert Park College who are leaving no stone unturned in the early stages. They've got off to a very powerful start indeed and look to have taken certainly a big lead of the Cruise on this judges' side of the course. The Cruise sticking with them best appears to be Brighton Grammar in lane 3 and then possibly Trinity Grammar in 2. So the pace on the southern half of the course at this stage, but certainly Albert Park College going out hard with their crew of William Ludlow, Charlie Sturkenberg, Lewin Harridge, Clancy Merrick Harvey and Tom Sturkenberg, the cox of the Albert Park College combination. Brighton Grammar continue to give chase alongside them in lane 3 as they come through the first third of this 1,000-metre race. Brighton Grammar, Kevin Lau, Angus Traeger Whiting, Miller Chilcott, Angus Hatton and Ryan Corey. Albert Park College continue to extend their lead now through the halfway mark of this preliminary race with Brighton Grammar there in second place and a fair gap back to the rest of the field as well. Probably Trinity Lane 2 in third, Trinity Lane 5 in fourth and St Kevin's in fifth place. But very impressive here from Albert Park College. Of course, it's always hard to draw too many conclusions from a preliminary race for lanes. Often different tactics used by different crews. Some will go out very hard for a full-on race simulation. Others may be looking to maintain or conserve some energy for the middle race still to come. Or crews sometimes choose to practice various parts of their race plan as well in these events. So not always indicative of what will happen come the final, but you can't do much more than what Albert Park College have done here, going out very hard from the start, getting comfortably clear and extending that over the second 500 metres of this race. And they are well clear now of Brighton Grammar in second, and still a good race for third place. But an impressive looking crew here from Albert Park College, very much rowing in time and together. Good balance in the boat, it seems to, and plenty of speed as they approach the line. So Albert Park College go across and take the win here in the Year 10 Division 2 coxed quad scull. And that's, without doubt, one of the biggest margins of the day so far. From Brighton Grammar, it will be in second place. And they've got a pretty substantial margin back to the two crews from Trinity as well. So Brighton Grammar second. Trinity will be third and fourth, in which order we will see very soon. Lane 5 and Lane 2 are very close together. Lane 5 maybe just from 2, I think. And then it was St Kevin's who will finish in fifth place. But Albert Park College, the very comfortable winners of the preliminary race in the Year 10 Division 2 coxed quad scull. Our next race quickly following, which is the Year 10 Division 2 coxed 4. So from sculling back to Sweetpaw in this race. An all Ballarat affair this time around. Ballarat Clarendon lane 3. And they've got a strong lead in the middle of this race. It would then be St Patrick's in 4. And Damascus in 5, pretty close together in second and third, those two crews. But certainly Ballarat, Clarendon in a pretty commanding position. Not quite as commanding as Albert Park College were in the previous race, but substantial nonetheless. The lead here of Hamish Richardson, Ben Locke, Joshua Johnson, Lachlan Tucker and Samuel Cousins, the cox of the Ballarat Clarendon crew. And keep an eye on the race for second and third, because very little separates still St Patrick's and Damascus. St Patrick's, James Kopke Veldhuis, Charlie Darbin, Jack O'Brien, Nathan Ling and Wyatt Tawney. And Damascus, Rowan Shalito, Ryder Lavery, Elijah White, Joseph Biggs and Liam Shalito. So second and third up for grabs, but they're 2 lengths behind our leaders from Ballarat Clarendon, who've just accelerated a little towards the line here as well to make absolutely certain of their margin of victory. And Ballarat Clarendon take the win, and it's Damascus pulling clear of St Patrick's in the closing strokes to take second. Damascus second, St Patrick's third, but Ballarat Clarendon the winners in the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed 4. A few more preliminary races to go before we head up to the 2,000 metre mark for some 8s racing in 10 or 15 minutes time. But this is the preliminary race now of the Year 10 Division 1 Coxed Quad Scull. The field of 4 as per the program, although 3 of the 4 all from the one school, from Trinity Grammar. And the only other crew is lane 3, Gippsland Grammar. So good odds of a Trinity win here, and that does look to be how it's playing out. Trinity lane 5 would be our race leaders: Gus King, William Ball, Charles White, Hugo Osmond, and James Salamone. And then it would be Gippsland Grammar over in lane 3, Regan Farley, Thomas Gillum, Curtis Wilmot, Anthony Smith, and Reese Harper in second place. And then 2 more crews from Trinity Grammar in lanes 4 and 6. Probably in a battle for third at this stage. Next preliminary race also underway. The Year 10 Division 1 Coxed 4 from the 1,000 metre starts just begun. So 2 races on the course at the same time right now. And this one approaching its conclusion is race 48, the Year 10 Division 1 Coxed Quad Scull, and it is lane 5 as it's been throughout the race. Trinity Grammar very, very comfortably in front. Gippsland Grammar have, I think, have just turned off the power entirely and are content to come across the line much, much slower now. But Trinity take the win here. Lane 5 has gone across comfortably clear. I didn't see if there was any sort of issue with the Gippsland crew. I think they've just slowed down the closing stages. Lane 6, Trinity Grammar, with just 3 rowers on board, is going to come home in second place with a 2-seat empty in that Trinity crew. So a great effort from them for a 70, well, 3/4 of the, at least the rowers only in the boat. They've finished in second place. Third goes to lane 4, Trinity Grammar, and fourth then is Gippsland Grammar over in lane 3, who appeared to race hard for about 3/4 of the race and then were content to come home and conserve some energy after that. So in the end, it is a Trinity trifecta. Lane 5 from lane 6 and lane 4. Trinity Grammar first, second and third, and Gippsland Grammar in fourth place. Halfway through the next race already, which is the Year 10 Division 1 Coxed 4. Again, we switch from sculling back to sweeper for one race at least. Single scull race actually is the next event on the program before we do go to the heats of the 8s. So the 3 crews in this race, again, as so often the case in 4s racing, all from Ballarat. Damascus College lane 3, Ballarat Clarendon lane 4, and St Patrick's Ballarat in lane 5. And it is Ballarat Clarendon, the comfortable race leaders here, in the form of Lachlan Clark, Alexander Moffat, Zachary Lang, Jock Quartermain, and coxed by Thomas DeRuta, coached by Mackenzie Spark. I'd have just over a length on Damascus, lane 3. Cooper Reid, Xavier Byrne, Alexander Weston, Jack Finch, and Joachim Henderson, coxing that crew, coached by Michael Bennett. And St Patrick's Lane 5 is Ziggy Lee, Lachlan Charleston, William Hexter, Asher Atkinson, and Jake Ryan. No coach listed for the St Patrick's crew, as is often the case in these programs. That's why we can't always give you the coaches' names, because they're not always in the program. But Ballarat Clarendon, in any case, is comfortably in front and about to go across and take the win here. And they are first across in race 49, the Year 10 Division 1 Cox 4 preliminary race. Second place to Damascus, and third will be St Patrick's to conclude that preliminary race. Next preliminary race is a race in name only, it would seem. There were 4 scullers listed in the Year 10 Division 1 single scull field, but 3 of them have been scratched, so we're left with just the one sculler, who is certainly there and is making his way down the course in the colours of Albert Park College. Ethan Rassius is the sculler there, who is on his way over the 1,000-metre course. So it would appear that he is the only entrant left in the event, and presumably that will be the case when it comes to the final later on in the program as well, with, I would imagine, the crews to scratch from the preliminary race will not be able to race the final, but that is unconfirmed. Well, we can confirm that Ethan Rassius of Albert Park College is on his way down the 1,000-metre course. He's probably about a third of the way through at this stage. So he has a chance to be accustomed to the conditions out there today. Hopefully put him in good stead for a second row of the course in the final, which will take place later on this afternoon. So Ethan Rassius of Albert Park College continues on his way down the course here in this little row over preliminary. So it's a race for lanes, but I think he's already got the centre lane stitched up here in the final. So it just becomes a chance to test himself out over the race course and the race distance before the medals awarded later on this afternoon. A reminder on medals, of course, that you can collect those from the bottom of the judges' tower after your race. We are not permitted formal presentation ceremonies at present, but gold, silver and bronze medals to all A final place getters are available for collection for the grade 9s. If you've not already done so, they are available right now in the judges' tower, and for the grade 10s, it'll be after the finals, or as the finals progress this afternoon. And Ethan Rassius of Albert Park College, very good odds to get his hand on a gold medal, you would suggest, when he races next. But he's about to come across and conclude this preliminary race. 1,000-metre preliminary race is all over for Ethan Rassius of Albert Park College, and comfortably across the finish line there to conclude race 50. So we've got to the half century on the junior boys state championships, and we turn our attention from that relatively sedate one boat 1,000-metre race up to the 2,000-metre start, where we'll very soon have 6 8s on the course in the first of a series of heats of the Year 10 8s races. The Year 10 Division 3 8 is the first of those, and there will be 6 crews away in that first heat. It's not time to begin until 2:15, so just a slight pause in the program while the start line is moved, and the held start pontoons are put into action up at the 2,000-metre start. So, again, if you're on watching on the live stream, you can see some shots coming there from the start. There's plenty of 8s waiting to be called onto the course. None are in the start zone yet, so it does seem there'll be a few minutes before this next race is underway. Reminder that the Regatta shop are at today's regatta with plenty of official Junior Boys State Championship 2021 merchandise, including hoodies and T-shirts with a full list of competitors' names on the back, shorts and tracksuit pants, and water bottles, the traditional range of garments and plenty of other things as well available from the Regatta shop tent here at the course. Or if you are watching on the live stream instead and want to get involved, at theregattashop.com.au. All garments available for purchase on the website as well. So the crew's back into the start now for race 51, the first heat of the year, 10 Division 3 male School 8. First of 6 races at this point from the 2,000 metre start. 2 heats each of the Division 3, Division 2 and Division 1 eights. Wonderful views of the start from the banks at that end of Lake Wendouree. It's not too many rowing courses that I know of where you can stand quite that close to the start and watch it happen as you can here. Although Nagambie is another course where you can do exactly the same right in the centre of town, but certainly what happens at the start of these races can often be a great mystery, but not the case here when you've got great views from the bank and also great views coming through from the live stream cameras of these 6/8s just being aligned still. One crew still looking to straighten the boat, and the aligner will get the bows in a line, and the starter will send the crews on their way. Three spots on offer in the A final here. The top 3 to the A final, next 3 to the B final. And they're on their way. So race 51 is on the course. The first heat of 2 in the year 10 Division 3 School 8. A very good start from Scotch College in lane 5. They have blasted away and taken half a length on most of the field in the opening strokes. There may have been a collision there too. The Xavier crew has stopped rowing. They look to be right off their lane. They may have actually made contact with Scotch College there, although Scotch seemingly have survived unscathed, possibly by being close to a length clear at that point. So I'm not sure. It might have been a steering issue with the Xavier crew. In any case, they've recovered. They're moving again now, but they are well back in the field. So it's been an eventful first couple of 100 metres. I can't quite say they're all safely through it yet, but the boats all still moving down the course, and Scotch College certainly have got away to the best start there. The full field is Xavier in lane 2, Melbourne Grammar School in lane 3, Xavier again lane 4, the crew that was troubled early, Scotch College in 5, Carey Grammar in 6, and Geelong Grammar in lane 7, closest to the judges' side of Lake Wendouree. It's absolutely been a very strong beginning to the race by Scotch College in this Division 3 Year 10-8. Combination of Matthew Williams, Sterling Keogh, William Moulding, Piers Keating, Sam Maxwell Davis, Jack Armstrong, Samuel Lowe, William Dimitropoulos, and Alex Parker is the cox of the Scotch College combination. Scotch, of course, dominated the Year 9 quad races early today, winning it was every category from the 4ths down to the 8ths. Certainly showing great depth in Year 9 racing, and again here in Year 10 now with this effectively third 8 event with Scotch comfortably clear, although Xavier with 2 crews in the race. Obviously serious numbers of Year 10 rowers at that school as well, but it's Scotch College, the race leaders still. Over on the southern side, the other Xavier crew is certainly doing well through the middle stages of this race and may well be the biggest challenger to Scotch now. That's Xavier's Nicholas Blackney, Indy Ronchi, Peter Kwok, James Chilcott, Timothy Wrigley, Angus Forbes, Henry Mack, Jonty White, and Will Newman in that crew from Xavier. In between those two crews, we have Melbourne Grammar School. Nick Sutton, Will Young, Henry Feeney, Luciano Boschi, William Brew, Lachlan Mitchell, Matthew Arnold, Michael Lynch, and Andrew Smith. And they'd be looking to hold down third place at this stage, you would see, but they're coming up to the halfway mark now, and certainly Scotch's early lead has shrunk a fair bit under this challenge from Xavier. It is still Scotch in front, but only just. They've got about a quarter of a length as they go through the halfway mark. So certainly a much better second 500 from the Xavier crew over there in lane 2. And those two have now got quite a gap back on the remainder of the field. So third halfway looked like it was Geelong Grammar from Carey Grammar. And Melbourne Grammar School and Xavier's second crew in lane 4, which just had to stop rowing not long after the start for a few strokes, and is now a fair way back in the field. But they will get at least a chance to row in the B final, it seems anyway, the second of the Xavier crews. But a good battle at the top of the field between Scotch College, who are by far the fastest over the opening strokes, and then Xavier on lane 2, who are very good through the second 500 metres, and may well now have hauled themselves out ahead of Scotch College. And then well back to that race for third place, Geelong Grammar, Carey Grammar, and Melbourne Grammar, all with a chance there, and that's where the action probably will lie over the closing 700 metres or so, because 3 only can move through to the A final. I think we can rule out the Xavier crew from progressing in that way, so it's down to 3 for one more spot. So Xavier over in lane 2, Scotch College on 5. The battle on the northern bank also unfolding. Geelong Grammar and Carey Grammar side by side. There's still Geelong looks to be better placed there. Fred Mackay, Henry Crutchfield, Sebastian McNamara, Harry Willis, Ethan Colley, Lloyd Vidotto, Archie McLaughlin, Isaac Wicks, and William Crawford steering that Geelong Grammar combination. And they'd have half a length or so, it seems, on Carey Grammar. Jackson Smith, Matteo Bazzoni, Jacob Whitechurch, Christian Lai, Lachlan Robertson, Daniel Souza, Alex Hoy, Matthew Whitaker, and Maxwell Vitarampulli, the cox of that crew, which is coached by George Blood. And then Melbourne Grammar School and Xavier 5th and 6th. But it's so Xavier at both ends of the field here. Certainly different outcomes for their two crews. And it's still close, but with Xavier and Scotch here, they've really not been separated since halfway. It might still be Scotch still ever so narrowly with their boat in front of Xavier as they approach the final 30 or 40 metres. And it will indeed be Scotch College who take the win here and ensure themselves of a centre lane for the A final of the Year 10 Division 3-8 by about half a length. Scotch win it from Xavier over in lane 2. And a fair gap back to the battle for third, which remains pretty intense. In fact, Geelong Grammar holding off Carey. Melbourne Grammar School have come into this late as well. They are charging back on Geelong Grammar, who are trying to hold off Carey at the same time. The attacks coming from both sides of the course. Geelong Grammar still just, I think, from Melbourne Grammar School up into 4th and Carey 5th, but Geelong Grammar will go through in 3rd spot. They're there by half a length ahead of Melbourne Grammar School, just snatching 4th in the end from Carey in 5th. And Xavier's second crew will finish in sixth place. Does appear the whole crew is able to keep rowing there from Xavier, but certainly there was an incident not long after the start in which Xavier had to stop rowing. But looks like hasn't had any serious ill effects on equipment or athletes, and the full crew is bringing the boat across the line in a few strokes' time to finish in sixth place, the Xavier Lane 4 combination. The second heat of the Year 10 Division 3-8 is past the halfway mark. Two crews from Scotch in this race, lane 2 and 4. Melbourne Grammar lane 3, Xavier in 5, and St Kevin's in 6. It was Melbourne Grammar who led the field fairly comfortably through halfway. Ahead of Xavier second, and probably St Kevin's would have been in third. The two Scotch crews there as well, but certainly Melbourne Grammar School is the crew showing out very clearly in front here in this second heat. Top 3 to go through to the final from race 52, and Melbourne Grammar is Lachlan Horton, Jack Seedy, Joseph Duggan, Oliver Ebbels, Nick Hand, Marcus Brown, Jack Lohman, Cameron Reynolds, and Oscar O'Meara, the cox of the Melbourne Grammar combination. The Scotch College crew out in lane 2, also not out of contention here for a top 3 spot. Maybe, in fact, a chance to get as far as second. They'd be battling with Xavier for that second spot. St Kevin's look to have dropped back a little down the northern lane, and the second Scotch crew well back in the centre of the course. So top 3 pretty much look to have sorted themselves out. Melbourne Grammar, Xavier, and Scotch lane 2. Scotch crew is Joey Batali, Lucas McKenzie, Charlie Jamison, Jack Zhu, Gus Furphy, James McGrath, Eddie Wang, Hugo Gertis, and Ashvin Kelly, the cox. And Xavier, combination of Sky White, Tom Crow, Charlie Hall, Archie Bettiol, Henry Kift, Matthew Voighton, Patrick Bright, Ben Walter, coxed by Liam Savage, coached by Michael Dowdle. And those three will definitely be the crews to move through. A Melbourne Grammar School very, very comfortably in front by 3 or 4 lengths it may well be now, as they come up with about 150 metres still to row. So Melbourne Grammar from Scotch and Xavier, and then further back St Kevin's and Scotch Lane 4. Top 3 to the A final, the next 2 to the B final. And Melbourne Grammar School will secure the centre lane alongside Scotch College from the previous race as well. They'll be side by side when the final comes around. Melbourne Grammar School first, Scotch College second on lane 2. And they're about a length or a little more than that now ahead of Xavier in third place. So Melbourne Grammar Scotch, then Xavier. Fourth will be St Kevin's. And fifth place will go to Scotch Lane 4. Top 3 to the A final, Melbourne Grammar, Scotch College and Xavier all across the line now. Next race has just begun too. The Year 10 Division 2-8. We'll look at that race shortly with these last couple of crews still to come home. St Kevin's across in 4th place and Scotch about to finish in 5th. And that will conclude the Year 10 Division 3-8. The Year 10 Division 2-8 has 2 heats as well. Again, the top 3 to go through to the final. Field of 5 in this next heat as well. Geelong Grammar in 2, Wesley College in 3, Scotch College in 4, Carey Grammar in 5, and Haileybury Lane 6 as we look to sort out the top 3. Scotch in the centre of the course would be the early leaders. It's tight on the southern bank between Geelong Grammar and Wesley College. And on this northern side, Carey Grammar is a little ahead of Haileybury, it would seem. But the only clear statement would be that Scotch College seem to be our race leaders, and Geelong Grammar possibly now into a clear second with Wesley and Carey still there fighting out for 3rd place, and Haileybury still not too far off the pace either. They're only about 500 metres through this race, so plenty of racing left here in the first heat of the Year 10 Division 2-8. This will be quickly followed by Heat 2, which is lining up now. But Scotch College again looking strong here as they do start to approach half distance in this race, and they've certainly got a pretty clear lead for the first half of a 2,000 metre race from Geelong Grammar over there in lane 2, so a couple of lanes apart. And the interest will be as they go through halfway in the race for 3rd place as well. But certainly Scotch College just over a length lead it will be as they go through the 1,000 metre mark of this race. Geelong Grammar there certainly in 2nd place, and another margin of just over a length back to 3rd, which would be Wesley at this stage sitting in 3rd place, and a pretty comfortable lead in fact for Wesley College over the remaining 2 boats in the race. Carey Grammar in 4th place. And then Haileybury back in 5th position. In fact, it's the other way around there. It was Hallibury in 4th and Carey in 5th place. But regardless, those two crews at this stage are in the B final positions and have got some ground to make up on the top 3. So headed by Scotch College at the front and the centre of the course. John Kavanagh, Charlie Hume, Lachlan Clark, James Burton, James Simpson, Oliver Bader, Henry Lempriere, Harry Clark and Harrison Cameron. Geelong College in 2nd. Nick Barnes, Tom Naylor, William Mann, Samuel Stringer, Archibald Allen, Thomas Parenk, Dibden Fitzgerald, Chinhao Lee, and Patrick Kerwin. And the Wesley College combination, Will McFall, Tom Phillips, Mark Fenwick, Alex Hyatt, William Good, Jack Driscoll, Jordan Walsh, Dylan McDougall, and Chinji Dong, the cox of that crew, coached by Harry Norman. And through the 500 metres, no change in the order still. Scotch College, Geelong Grammar, and Wesley College, the top 3. Haileybury on the northern side of the course, 4th, and Carey back in 5th place. And quite the gap from 3rd to 4th, so unlikely to expect much change over the concluding 500 metres of this race. So we'll see if Scotch can maintain or extend their lead on Geelong Grammar as they head into the final quarter of this 2,000 metre race. Just a little bit of breeze obviously affecting the centre part of the course here, but certainly nothing, especially for these 8s, to be too concerned about. Geelong Grammar continue to chase here, Scotch, down the course. They haven't let this lead blow out at all. If anything, I'd suggest that Geelong Grammar have made up some ground on Scotch now, and with 2:50 to go, if they really put their minds to it, this Geelong Grammar crew could just about overhaul Scotch College in the closing strokes. Of course, whether they need or want to do so remains to be seen in this heat. Both will go through to the A final, and they'll get to race each other again. But the centre lane here is up for grabs, and Geelong Grammar certainly working hard now down the spectator side of the course, looking to try and reel in Scotch, who had a lead of over a length at the halfway mark, don't forget. So Geelong Grammar have taken a lot of that back now, but still sit there in 2nd place, maybe a third or so of a length behind the race leaders from Scotch College. Well back then to the crew from Wesley in 3rd, who'll also move through to the A final. But Scotch will do enough here to hold off the challenge from Geelong Grammar late, and they will go away to win the race by around about a length in any case. So it is Scotch College first, Geelong Grammar 2nd, and Wesley College in 3rd place. Complete the top 3, who will move through to the A final of the Year 10 Division 2 8s. Then it will be Haileybury in 4th place and Carey Grammar 5th. Just through halfway in Heat 2 of the Year 10 Division 2 8, and it is Melbourne Grammar School in Lane 3. The race leaders by getting out towards a length and a half now over Xavier. Also crews from Geelong College and Ballarat Grammar. In this field, Ballarat Grammar looking to be there in third place and the Geelong College in fourth. So with a field of 4 in this heat and 3 to go through to the final, simply a case of avoiding last spot. But some work to do then for the Geelong College, who are quite a way back on our top 3 through halfway now, but a comfortable lead it was to Melbourne Grammar School at that point of the race. The crew of William Murky's Hirsch, Sebastian Whiteley, Eddie Goff, Nixon Murray, Henry Sibley, Max Scanlon, Edward Ross, Harry Dudley, and coxed by William Tulloch. They're being chased down the course, but at a sizable distance by the crew from Xavier, Miles Enders, Tyrone Oles, Tom Henrys, Sonny O'Connell, Felix Lynch, Thomas Scalzo, Nick Clemitis, Fergus Willoughby Goff, and Charlie Strode, the cox of that Xavier crew. And then it would be Ballarat Grammar comfortably in third. James Taylor, Will Sidebottom, William Oro, Charlie Savage, Alexander Herod, Charlie Stock, Max Doust, Angus Gaylard, coxed by Izzy Coots, the crew from Ballarat Grammar. And behind them we have Geelong College, Will Hunter, Josh Glazebrook, Jack Jelenko, Grisha Panasenkov, Rory Dennis, Baxter Pullen, Hugh McDonald, Will Vicente, and Elsie Callahan is the cox of that crew. So very spread out in this second heat of 2 in the Year 10 Division 2 8. And it's very hard to see much changing over the last 400 or so metres that our leading crew from Melbourne Grammar School has to travel. So it was Scotch College, the winners of the previous race, ahead of Geelong Grammar and Wesley. Those 3 through to the final, and they're almost certain, you'd say, to be joined here by Melbourne Grammar, Xavier and Ballarat Grammar. And this Melbourne Grammar School crew looking certainly quite impressive as they approach the concluding stages now. You'd expect them to give Scotch and Geelong Grammar and the other qualifiers quite a race in the final of this event, which will be towards the end of the program this afternoon, the Year 10 Division 2 8. A very strong performance here from Melbourne Grammar School, who are now inside the final 100 metres. And they'll go through very comfortably ahead of Xavier and Ballarat Grammar as they come across the line now. The crew from Melbourne Grammar School, Lane 3, winners of race 54, the second heat of 2 in the Year 10 Division 2 School 8. Second place will go to Xavier in a couple of strokes' time. And further back down the course, Ballarat Grammar in third place. They will qualify for the final as well. And missing out will be the crew from Geelong College, who will finish in fourth position. Had to start also in race 55, the Year 10 Division 1-8, first heat, and the crews in the second heat moving in now to line up for that race. So we'll have 2 more 2,000 metre races before we start some finals soon after that. Ballarat Grammar across the line now to conclude their part in race 54. And just the Geelong College crew remains to complete the course and complete the heats of the Year 10 Division 2 Male School 8. And the Geelong College will go through to the B final of that event, where they'll join the 4th and 5th place getters from the previous heat as well. So Geelong College go across the line, and Melbourne Grammar School were the comfortable winners of that heat. In the Division 1-8 on the course, the field of 6 is St Kevin's Lane 2, Scotch College in 3, Melbourne Grammar School looking good again there in Lane 4, Kerry Grammar in 5, the Geelong College in 6, and St Patrick's College in Lane 7. Some pretty good racing. It's amongst the top 4 or 5 really. Melbourne Grammar and Scotch College, the two boats showing out a little ahead of St Kevin's. Kerry there with the Geelong College as well, and just a little bit back then to the St Patrick's College 8 over on lane 7, as they've come about a third of the way now through this 2,000 metre race, the first heat of the Year 10 Division 1-8. And certainly Scotch and Melbourne Grammar School, the two crews to watch as they head up now, in fact, towards the halfway mark. And we'll get a good look here at exactly how much is between these two crews, Scotch College and Melbourne Grammar School at halfway. It is Scotch, and it was them by about half a length, a little more, in fact, and also right there in the battle was the St Kevin's crew over in lane 2. So certainly the action happening on the southern side, fortuitously on the spectator side of Lake Wendouree at this stage, the top 3 all on that side of the course. And then we'd go back to 4th place Carey from the Geelong College, and St Patrick's from Ballarat there as well. But 3 only to move through to the A final this time around. And it's Scotch and Melbourne Grammar School, the two crews to watch, certainly through the middle stages now. The Scotch crew of Cooper Lord, Campbell Findlay, Matthew Mays, Otto Schiffer, Alessandro Marrow, Benjamin Marchant, Josh Mitchell, Will Cowan, coxed by Jonathan Harper, who continue to be our race leaders. And their biggest threat, Melbourne Grammar School, Hugo Hines, Hamish Kerr, Jack Anderson, Digby Banks, George Raymond, Lachlan Perrott, Sam Henderson, Daniel Cash, and Lucian Marshall, the cox of that crew. And still looking likely for third spot is the crew from St Kevin's, William Lambos, Charles Fogarty, Finn Slattery, James Berry, Luke Ryan, Daniel DeMoro, Blake Meadows, Sam Chapman, and Casper Reed steering that boat from St Kevin's. So the 3 crews on the southern side approaching the 1,500 metre mark now, so just on a quarter of this race to go. Doesn't look as if Melbourne Grammar have made up much ground in that third 500 metres. If anything, I'd suggest that Scotch have possibly extended their lead, and St Kevin's maybe even starting to make a move on Melbourne Grammar School to challenge for second position. But in reality, it matters little, as they will almost certainly be our top 3 now with about 450 metres to row for our leaders. Scotch from Melbourne Grammar or St Kevin's lanes 2, 3 and 4. Battling it out for the A final spots, and lanes 5, 6 and 7 for the B final spots. And to be Carey Grammar doing the best of those crews. Bowen Hilton, Thomas Voller, Alfie Sullivan, Charlie Tracy, Christian Newport, Beppy Daly, Spencer Thomas, Walt Alexander, and Emily Reid in the yellow colours there of Carey Grammar from the Geelong College and also St Patrick's. But it is getting interesting now on that race for first, second and third. Scotch's lead certainly has been eaten up now by Melbourne Grammar and also by St Kevin's, and it's close to be about a length between all 3 crews. So they're all going to move through to the A final. It remains to be seen if one crew or another wants to really race and ensure themselves of a centre lane. Melbourne Grammar School certainly seem keen to do that. Scotch have had to respond, and they've lifted now 2 in the closing strokes, and St Kevin's have kept their boat moving with good pace as well. But it is Scotch College still just holding on here. I think they'll get the win. Second is anyone's guess at this point. Melbourne Grammar and St Kevin's both closing late on Scotch, but Scotch are holding 2/3 of a length. It'll be enough, and they'll go through and take this heat. About half a length on the line. Scotch beat Melbourne Grammar School from second, just ahead of St Kevin's for third. So good racing between those 3 crews, even though the qualification spots were sorted a long way out. Carey Grammar will finish in 4th place by just under a length ahead of the Geelong College in 5th. And then it will be the crew from St Patrick's about to finish in 6th place. The top 3 to the A final, Scotch College, Melbourne Grammar and St Kevin's. And the second and final heat of the Year 10 Division 1-8 also underway, and pretty spread out too in the early stages of this race. Well, approaching the middle stages of the race now, but Xavier and Wesley College look to be the two crews who've got out well. Caulfield Grammar are in lane 2 over on the southern side of the course. Then Xavier in lane 3, Brighton Grammar in 4, Wesley College in 5, and Ballarat Grammar in 6. And it definitely is... Wesley College, the race leaders from Xavier as they approach the halfway mark. Wesley crew almost the full length, in fact, over Xavier as they do go through the 1,000 metres. So Wesley, Xavier, and then Caulfield Grammar over in lane 2, who are very much there in 3rd place. A long way off the top 2, but also a long way off 4th and 5th, fortuitously for them. So Caulfield Grammar... well placed to qualify, at least from there in the race. And then it's Ballarat Grammar, I should say, in 4th place, and Brighton Grammar in 5th. So the Wesley College crew continue to be well placed here in this second heat of the Year 10 Division 1 School 8. Quinton Marchiori, Max Guthrie, Jeffrey Jiang, Leo Bachache, Nicholas Bryant, Lachlan Idle, Charlie Johnson, Amos Kirk, and Josh Pfefferkranz. The Cox, coached by Zachary Smith, is the crew from Wesley College who look to have assumed the race lead very early on and are extending their margin over Xavier as they continue down the course. Xavier will almost certainly qualify too, probably in 2nd spot. Their crew is William McNamara, Lachlan Stewart, Edward Andrew, Will Allen, James Power, Cormac O'Callaghan, Lockie Severn, Patrick Crow, coxed by Daniel Sterry, and coached by Sean Lake. And as it looked like at halfway, it's still Caulfield Grammar very much on their own in 3rd place. Massimo Topchian, Joshua McVeigh, James Ritchie, Sterling Perrott, Casper Tabane, Harsmit Dimman, Oscar Tilley, Jasper Ginn, and Abby Mullen, the cox of the Caulfield Grammar crew. And those 3 certainly set to move through. Wesley still by a length or so from Xavier. It hasn't really changed a great deal over the second 1,000 metres, and nor would you particularly expect it to when both crews are guaranteed passage through to the final and have to race for a state championship medal in a little while. In fact, an hour or so away till these A finals for the 8, so not a long turnaround but for these crews at all. So you wouldn't expect to see them really having to race hard to the line unless qualification depended on it. But clear water still to Wesley College, so they've maintained their margin over the second half of the race. And they'll be across in a couple of strokes' time. Wesley College take the win in Heat 2 of the Year 10 Division 1-8. Second place goes to Xavier. And third will definitely be Caulfield Grammar. So very little change as it emerged over the second 1,000 metres of the course, although some interest in fourth and fifth now. Brighton Grammar have moved up virtually alongside Ballarat Grammar, now racing for spots in the B final, but for lanes in the B final as well. If we see Caulfield Grammar finish in third place, and then it does seem that Brighton may almost have got their boat in front of Ballarat Grammar, who lift late, but the Ballarat Grammar crew, Brighton in front, just I think they'll get there. But in the end, both will go through to the A final. So a strong finish from Brighton Grammar. They were back at halfway. But look to now just have snuck into fourth spot. But only 3 to go through, at least as far as the A final is concerned. And that's Wesley College from Xavier and Caulfield Grammar. So the first of our finals is underway. Race 57, the final of the Year 10 Division 4 Coxed 4. Crews seated into lanes based on the preliminary race that took place a little while ago. So it is to the centre lanes we look, where we see Ballarat Grammar and St Patrick's Ballarat, lanes 4 and 5, contending for the lead, along with St Patrick's number 2 crew in lane 3. And certainly top 3, having left behind the 2 crews from Ballarat Clarendon on opposite sides of the course, and also Geelong Grammar in lane 7. This is the, again, the Geelong Grammar crew, bit of racing in a quad scull with these 5-4s from the various Ballarat schools. So Geelong Grammar lane 7, but not in contention for a medal at this stage, you wouldn't think. In fact, almost suggest the medalists are sorted unless Ballarat Clarendon can make a late charge down lane 2. But the 2 St Patrick's crews have moved ahead now of Ballarat Grammar in 3rd place. So St Patrick's lane 3 and also lane 5, they're the 2 crews at the head of the field at this stage. And lane 3 is Dan Stute, Thomas O'Loughlin, Lachlan Rowe, Mike Bleicher and Wyatt Tawney. And lane 5 is Oscar Watkins, Declan Atkins, Marcus Gatt, Trenton Sands, Billy Brodie and Braden Sands, the coach of that crew. And then it's Ballarat Grammar battling out with Ballarat Clarendon now for 3rd and 4th. But the St Patrick's lane 3 combination, that's the Mike Bleicher stroked combination, leading now by over a length from St Patrick's in 5. And Ballarat Clarendon lane 2 have come home very strongly indeed, and not only might get a medal, they might pick up 2nd here with a really strong finish in the closing stroke. So great work from Ballarat Clarendon, but St Patrick's are going to go 1 and 2, if not 1 and 3. It's St Patrick's who've got the winner lane 3, and they'll get 2nd lane 5, and Ballarat Clarendon will just hold off Ballarat Grammar for 3rd place. It was a blanket finish amongst the Ballarat schools. So St Patrick's it was, I think, 1st and 2nd. We'll wait on those placings to become official. The lane 3 crew from St Patrick's certainly seemed comfortably the first one across the line, and I think Ballarat Grammar have just missed a medal there in the closing strokes. Ballarat Clarendon lane 6 would finish in 5th place, and 6 does go to the quad scull from Geelong Grammar in lane 7. But a great finish in the first of our finals. The medalists, we'll just wait for that result to become official. But medals to the top 3 there in that race, and as was the case this morning, you can collect those medals from the bottom level of the judges' tower. Race 58 has a field of 4 with only 3 listed on the program. So the extra crew looks like in lane 6, but our race leaders are Ballarat Clarendon certainly in lane 5. There's no doubt about that. Alexander Grove, Ned Blenkiron, Thomas Kirby, Fraser McDonald and Thomas Cartledge. Program lists Caulfield Grammar lane 3, St Kevin's lane 4. And looks like a St Patrick's crew down lane
6 as well, who are sitting in second place if they are a part of this race. But certainly Ballarat Clarendon leading here, this Division 3 crew. St Kevin's leading Caulfield Grammar pretty close there on the southern side of the course, but St Kevin's holding on narrowly over Caulfield Grammar. But the the pound numberless, somewhat anonymous crew down lane 7 is going to take second place behind Ballarat Clarendon, who've across and have won the race, and they will take out the gold medal. Does look like St Patrick's in second, then St Kevin's, then Caulfield Grammar. But another one may have to wait on results to become official, but certainly Ballarat Clarendon were first across the line. They will take out the gold medal in the Year 10 Division 3 Cox 4. Meanwhile, race 59 continues, and Albert Park College, the very comfortable leaders here by several lengths in the centre of the course. So Albert Park College, the Year 10 Division 2 Cox 4 final. They are just extending their lead all the way down the course here. This is the crew that won the preliminary race extremely easily, and they're going to repeat the dose here in the final two when the medals are up for grabs. It will be Albert Park College just a few strokes time ahead of Brighton Grammar and Trinity, who should take third. So here comes the crew from Albert Park College. They are across and win the Year 10 Division 2 State Championship titles. A very good win there to Albert Park College in lane 4. Second place will be Brighton Grammar lane 5. Kevin Liao, Angus Traeger Whiting, Miller Chilcott, Angus Haddon and Ryan Corey. And then Trinity in third, Hamish Brown, Mazai Samuel, Campbell Dieter, Matthew Dodonka and Oleg Beavis, the medalists from this race 59, the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. Fourth will be Trinity Grammar in lane 6, and fifth with some equipment issues and just 3 rowing at the end is the lane 2 combination from St Kevin's, as they do well to get across the line now and complete this race. But Albert Park College, the winners there from Brighton Grammar and Trinity. And just to go back 2 races and confirm the placings from race 57, it was first St Patrick's lane 3, second St Patrick's lane 5, and third was Ballarat Clarendon lane 2
just ahead of Ballarat Grammar, lane 4 in 4th place. So that's the medalists from race 57. The Division 4 Cox 4, St Patrick's, and Ballarat Clarendon, lane 2. Speaking of Ballarat Clarendon, they are leading the final here of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox 4 and leading it pretty comfortably as well from Damascus and St Patrick's. Again, this all Ballarat affair. We saw the preliminary race just a little while ago. And Ballarat Clarendon leading by be close to 2 lengths, you would think, on the crew from Damascus. The Ballarat Clarendon combination is Hamish Richardson, Ben Locke, Joshua Johnson, Lachlan Tucker, and Samuel Cousins, the coxed of that crew. Being chased by Damascus, Rowan Shalito, Ryder Lavery, Elijah White, Joseph Biggs, and Liam Shalito. And third place, St Patrick's, James Kopke, Veldhuis, Charlie Darbin, Jack O'Brien, Nathan Ling, and Wyatt Tawney in this Division 2 Coxed 4, which is rapidly following the Division 2 Quad Scull, which we just saw completed. So Damascus not giving up the chase here, but they're inside the final 100 metres in the Red Boys, and it will be Ballarat Clarendon here, still by the best part of 2 lengths as they come up to the finish line now. So Ballarat Clarendon will take the win. Damascus will finish in second place. A neat 2 lengths of margin as they come across the line, and a bit more than that, almost 3 lengths in fact, then to St Patrick's College, who will finish in third place. So Ballarat Clarendon the winners in the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed 4 race 60. And race 61 is also underway. 61, the Year 10 Division 1 Coxed Quad Scull final. And this was, again, the race. We saw the preliminary an hour or so ago. 3 crews from Trinity Grammar, 1 from Gippsland Grammar. Cool that Gippsland Grammar was sitting in second place until the late stages and came home without using too much energy. Finished in 4th place in the end. So it was Trinity 1, 2 and 3. And it's looking similar this time around. The Trinity Grammar crews certainly holding down the top 2 spots at least. The lane 4 combination of Gus King, William Ball, Charles White, Hugo Osmond and James Salamone would certainly be the race leaders. And alongside them, Trinity lane 5. Vance Bador, Eric Lee, James Burnett, James Spencer, and allegedly also James Salamone, the multi-talented cox who's in 2 boats at the same time. So maybe not entirely the case, but certainly Trinity up there in the top 2 spots. But here now does come the challenge from Gippsland Grammar, and this might have been what they were saving themselves for in the preliminary race, because they're really going for home now in the final with the gold medal on the line to be Victorian Junior Boys State Champion for 2021. And Gippsland Grammar have got their boat in front of these 2 crews now from Trinity Grammar. The Gippsland crew, Regan Farley, Thomas Gillum, Curtis Wilmot, Anthony Smith and Reese Harbour really coming home strongly. And I'm not sure what these Trinity crews have left to challenge. Certainly the lane 4 combination has come unstuck. A series of messy strokes there. And their challenge has faltered. They'll have to be content, you'd think, with a bronze medal. Trinity lane 5 are trying to fight back, but Gippsland Grammar just too good here in the closing strokes. And they have gone out to a lead of more than a length all of a sudden, and they will take out the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. Gippsland Grammar the winners on lane 6 ahead of the flotilla of Trinity crews. Lane 5 will finish in second, lane 4 will finish third, and lane 3 will finish in 4th spot. So in the end, across the course in reverse lane order, but it's Gippsland Grammar, the state champions in the Year 10 Division 1 Coxed Quad Scull. Well, getting towards the pointy end of the regatta. This is the Year 10 Division 1 coxed 4 with just the 3 crews. Again, they're all Ballarat crews that train here on Lake Wendouree. St Patrick's lane 3, Ballarat Clarendon lane 4, and Damascus lane 5. And as has been the case several times today, those distinctive, predominantly red colours of Ballarat Clarendon College certainly showing up at the front of the field here. The crew of Lachlan Clark, Alexander Moffat, Zachary Lang, Jock Quartermain, coxed by Thomas DeRuda, coached by Mackenzie Spark. They won the preliminary race an hour or so ago, and they're comfortably holding off St Patrick's by a length or so at this stage of the race. St Patrick's is Ziggy Lee, Lachlan Charlson, William Hexter, Asher Atkinson, and Jake Ryan. And then Damascus in third place. Cooper Reid, Xavier Byrne, Alexander Weston, Jack Finch, coxed by Joachim Henderson and coached by Michael Bennett. There's the 3 crews in this race. And then a single sculler to come over the course in the next race, the Year 10 Division 1 single scull final. It looks like it is already underway. But meanwhile, we've got just on 200 metres to go on this final of the Year 10 Division 1 Cox 4. And it is Ballarat Clarendon now by a couple of lengths from St Patrick's. And then Damascus in third. So still no change in the order. And still a comprehensive win coming up here to the crew from Ballarat Clarendon, who are lifting as they approach the line to make absolutely sure of the win and extend the margin of victory out. Probably now to the best part of 3 lengths and maybe a little more. They are pulling away with every stroke, this crew from Ballarat Clarendon. And they're across the line now to take out the Year 10 Division 1 Cox 4. Ballarat Clarendon, now the state champions for 2021. St Patrick's will finish in second place. And Damascus will be third in a few strokes' time as they complete the 1,000-metre course here in the Year 10 Division 1 Cox 4. So Ballarat Clarendon, the comfortable winners of this event. All 3 crews across the line now in race 62. 63 is underway, about halfway through, but this is the race with just one sculler, Ethan Rassius of Albert Park College, who rode the preliminary race on his own a little while ago, and now has to do the same in the final to ensure his gold medal for the title in this race, the Year 10 Division 1 Male School Single Scull. Still very pleasant conditions even for single sculling out there. Comes through the halfway mark, on with about 350 metres in fact now still to race. And once this race concludes, our attention turns up to the 2,000-metre start for the final of the 8 races. In fact, the final 6 races of the regatta will be underway shortly from the held start at 2,000 metres. Division 3, 2 and 1/8 finals. The sculling race continues in the meantime, and Ethan Rassius has to complete his row over the course to confirm the gold medal in this race. There were, as I mentioned earlier, 4 scullers entered in this race, but 3 did scratch prior to the preliminary race taking place, so just the one contender remained, but he's rode through the preliminary race and now almost completes the final. Just one messy stroke there with 100 metres to go. He recovered as well and just needs to complete the final 60 or 70 metres now to be across the finish line and claim the state champion title for Albert Park College. Ethan Rassius. Albert Park College had a good win in a quad scull race only a few events ago, and they're going to make it a second gold medal in the space of about half an hour as Ethan Rassius comes through in lane 4 and takes out the Year 10 Division 1 singles scull and then ends up in the water. But he had finished the race, most importantly, and hopefully he is quickly out of the water there. The rescue boats are on their way to assist if required. But Ethan Rassius there has emerged from the water, is holding onto his boat, and hopefully has only suffered a degree of embarrassment, nothing more serious. And with no other races currently on the course, plenty of time here for the officials to clear the finish line here. But Ethan Rassius, in any case, is the state champion in the Year 10 Division 1 singles scull. So well done to him, particularly for rowing 2,000 metre races alone with no competition. Not the easiest thing to do. Did see him just throwing one slightly messy stroke with about 100 metres to go. He managed to keep it together on that occasion and finish the course. And now looking to get back into his boat and hopefully row it back into the shore. In the meantime, the eights are moving into position for races 64 to 69, the final 6 races of today's regatta. Don't forget too that the results from the state championships at the Gambia continue to be updated live on the Rowing Victoria website. No live streaming, unfortunately, of that regatta. And we're fortunate we do have the live streaming facilities here in Ballarat. Of course, they were used last Sunday for the Head of the Lake, the slightly delayed Head of the Lake, eventually held without spectators last Sunday. And has been used for several other big regattas over the course of the last couple of months here at Lake Wendouree. The Head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, of course, coming up in 2 weeks' time from the Barwon River in Geelong. That regatta also will be live streamed throughout the 3 days. At this stage, I understand spectators are not permitted at the regatta, so the live streaming may be the only way you can see what's always one of the highlights of the girls' regatta season, of course, the Head of the Schoolgirls from Geelong. For those for whom too much rowing is never enough, the Australian Championships this year are taking place at Lake Barrington in Tasmania for the first time in several years. It's had a semi-permanent home, of course, at the Olympic course at Penrith for the past, for most of the past decade, in fact, the National Championships, but have gone back to a rotation system of sorts and are being held this year at Lake Barrington in Tasmania, of course, that hosted the World Championships back in 1990 and has had several Australian championships since, but none for many years. And that regatta also is being live streamed by the same technical gurus who've brought you the Sydney International Rowing Regatta for the past few years, taking their equipment to Tasmania, so you will be able to watch, I understand, every race, or at least the finals, but I believe it will be every day of the Australian Championships being live streamed too at the end of March from those who can't make it to Lake Barrington in Tasmania. And well done to Ethan Rassius of Albert Park College. He's back at his boat now and is rowing away from the course and into the pontoons. After a cooling dip at the end of the race, but he remains a state champion, and that's the most important thing, apart from the fact that he doesn't appear to have suffered any injuries from his time in the water. So well done to Ethan Rassius. Now we have a start in the first of our 2,000 metre races. We also have a couple of scratchings here, so we'll need to work out which crews are which. But the B final of the Year 10 Division 3 8 is on its way. It looks like Carey, St Kevin's and Scotch College, the three crews who are competing in this B final of the Male School 8. Certainly the red colours of Scotch College, always fairly easy to pick up an empty lane next to them, which would have been, which was listed for Melbourne Grammar School. And there was also a Xavier crew listed for the far side of the course, which doesn't appear to be in the race either. So Scotch College effectively racing on their own, and then the two crews side by side on the other side of the course, Carey and St Kevin's. Certainly St Kevin's having by far the best of that battle, well clear of Carey. And I'd suggest they've got a bit of a margin on Scotch College too. We'll get a better look at that as they head up through the 1,000 metre mark over the next 30 seconds or so. But certainly it is the St Kevin's crew, as the colours now become far more obvious on the camera shot from halfway, and the yellow of Carey Grammar behind them there in the other crew in the race. So it is definitely Carey in 3, St Kevin's in 4, and Scotch College in 6, the three crews in this race. No appearance from Xavier or Melbourne Grammar School. And the St Kevin's crew has got a substantial lead on that Carey crew that's closest to them in terms of lanes across the course at least. As they head up now through the halfway mark, and there is St Kevin's, who do have a lead of, well, a couple of boat lengths, it would seem to be, over Carey in second place, and Scotch just appeared to have some steering issues a few hundred metres back. They look to be a lot closer to our leaders, and then embarked on a bit of a zigzag pattern at one point, and now it appears they are well back in third place, the crew from Scotch College, who do also have the, I guess, slight disadvantage of having empty lanes on either side of them. So once these top two do clear away from the Scotch crew, it becomes a lengthy 2,000 metre struggle in this race. So it is St Kevin's very comfortably clear. William Chapman, Casper Reed, Maximo Del Pozzo, Hugo Muller, Luca Mitch, William Noonan, John Ralph Smith, Angus Murray, and William Southey, the cox of the St Kevin's crew. Ahead of Carey Grammer by a couple of lengths, Jackson Smith, Matteo Bazzoni, Jacob Whitechurch, Christian Lai, Lachlan Robertson, Daniel Souza, Alex Hoy, Matthew Whitaker, Maxwell Virendapulli is the cox of that crew, and George Blood, the coach of the Carey combination. And Scotch College on the northern side, the judges' side of Lake Wendouree, Jeremy Gray, Zach Moroney, Will James, Hunter Reeves, Sam Ferguson, Sam Speed, Edward Hankin, Lachlan Arthur, and Fergus Ross, the cox of the crew from Scotch College. So just under 500 metres to go now for our race leaders, and still there's no change in the order on the water. It is still St Kevin's very comfortably by a couple of boat lengths from the Carey Grammer combination, so lane 4 from lane 3, and then Scotch College back in third. Of course, this is the B final of the Division 3-8. Scotch with 2 crews in the A final as well, so this is presumably a 5th 8 from Scotch College. Xavier also with 2 crews in the A final still to come, but their crew on this race has been scratched. And St Kevin's and Carey Grammer both without crews in the A final, so these are presumably true Division 3-8s from these 2 schools. And certainly St Kevin's continuing to hold and probably extend the lead a little now too as they are into the closing strokes of the race. Coming home running about 32, the crew from St Kevin's, and probably out to 3 lengths now over Carey as well. So it's been a pretty good last 500 metres as they enjoy the best of the conditions here, and they go across and take out the win. St Kevin's first in the B final of the Year 10 Division 3-8. Second place will go to Carey Grammer, and then third will be the crew from Scotch. So 3 sets of medals remain to be handed out today. The Division 3, 2 and 1-8s, and the Division 3-8s will be decided over the next few minutes. They're already a third of the way through the 2,000 metre race here. The field of 6, Xavier from lane 2, Scotch from lane 3, Melbourne Grammar from 4, Scotch from 5, Xavier again from 6, and Geelong Grammar from 7. So 2 Scotch crews and 2 Xavier crews joined by Melbourne Grammar School and also Geelong Grammar, who are the crew on the far northern side of the course. So the centre of the course is where the heat winners have gone, and that's where the action is happening at the moment. Melbourne Grammar School in lane 4, Scotch College beside them in 5. Those two in the centre lanes, by virtue of their heat wins, look to be the two crews performing best at this stage, and certainly Melbourne Grammar School, I'd say from here, have got a bit of a margin on Scotch College as well. So we're giving the other crews something to chase over the second half of this race now, but it is certainly Melbourne Grammar School from Scotch and also Xavier lane 6. The other crew probably in medal contention. The second of the Xavier crews out in lane 2 would be ahead of the second of the Scotch crews in lane 3, and Geelong Grammar lane 7 have their work cut out from there to move up into the top 3. But Melbourne Grammar School really asking the questions of the rest of the field here. Lachlan Horton, Jake Seedy, Joseph Duggan, Oliver Ebbels, Nick Hand, Marcus Brown, Jack Lohman, Cameron Reynolds, and Oscar O'Meara in the cox seat of the Melbourne Grammar School crew, and they would lead Scotch College by, would have to be out close to 2 lengths now from the Scotch crew there in second place. Matthew Williams, Sterling Keogh, William Moulding, Piers Keating, Sam Maxwell Davis, Jack Armstrong, Samuel Lowe, William Dimitrilis, and Alex Parker. And third place then, probably where the interest lies, it's mainly the two Xavier crews fighting out for the bronze medal at this stage. Xavier lane 6, which we'd assume is their Division 3-8. Nicholas Blackney, Indy Ronchi, Peter Kwok, James Chilcott, Timothy Wrigley, Angus Forbes, Henry Mack, Jonty White, and Will Newman, the cox. The Xavier crew on the far side is down in Xavier 2, so likely effectively a 4th-8, as is the Scotch crew in lane 3, and possibly the Scotch 4th-8 has moved up past, or at least level with the Xavier 4th-8 at this stage, and then Geelong Grammar back in 6th place. But it's hard to see the medalists changing much from here. Certainly in Melbourne Grammar School, just been imperious here. They've extended their lead through the second half of this race as well, and they're now out to 3 lengths on Scotch College with Xavier lane 6 looking to challenge Scotch late for possibly the silver medal, but I think they'll have to be content with the bronze, and the crews behind them won't be able to make up the distance over the closing stroke. So it's Melbourne Grammar School coming up to the finish line now to complete the Year 10 Division 3 8A final. And a convincing win it will be, and a very good-looking Division 3-8 here from Melbourne Grammar School as they come across and take the win. Melbourne Grammar School first in the Year 10 Division 3-8. Second place starting to close up, but still it is Scotch holding off Xavier, and that's the way they'll cross the line. Scotch in second place, about 3/4 of a length to Xavier in third. And the two 4th-8s on the southern side of the course having a good battle, and it continues all the way to the line. Xavier in the end in 4th place, Scotch College in 5th, and 6th place will go to the crew from Geelong Grammar. So Geelong Grammar across the line now. That concludes the A final of the Year 10 Division 3-8. And we look straight back up the course to the B final of the Year 10 Division 2-8. Just the 3 crews listed, and just the 3 crews on the course. Carey Grammar lane 3, Haileybury lane 4, and the Geelong College in lane 5. And it is lane 3 there, the Carey Grammar crew at halfway with, again, a pretty commanding lead. There's been a few big wins in some of these 8 races so far today, and this one looks like it may yet be another. Carey Grammar from Haileybury, and the Geelong College are back in 3rd place. And given the size of those margins already at half distance, it's hard to see too much changing over the second half of the race, but the job is still there to complete for Carey Grammar, the crew of Charlie Deacon, Albie Hewitt, Ethan Kumar, Connor McCann, Julian Triani, Ari Azapati, James Robson, Campbell Lester, coxed by Raj Fordyce, coached by Jarvis Cole. And Carey Grammer continuing to look very comfortable indeed in this B final of the Year 10 Division 2-8. Haileybury there in second place, and Nicholas Cleary, Hamish Wilson-Moran, Ferrell Simpson, Xavier Carter, Jet Ackerman, Angus McIntyre, Will McPhee, Joshua Docking, and coxed by Jeslyn Wayne. And the third place crew from the Geelong College, Will Hunter, Josh Glazebrook, Jack Jelenko, Grisha Panasenkov, Rory Dennis, Baxter Pullen, Hugh McDonald, Will Vicente, and Elsie Callahan in the cox seat of that crew. So still a bit over a third of the race to go. And over 700 metres, in fact. So still plenty of racing left here, but Carey Grammer look to be extending their lead as the race continues over Haileybury and also the Geelong College. Don't forget the Regatta shop are here on site through until the end of the day. It looks like there's tents still open there and there's a bit of a queue out there, but don't let that stop you from getting your official Regatta merchandise before the end of the day. Hoodies and T-shirts with a full list of competitors' names on the back, and great range of shorts and tracksuit pants also available. You can also check out their website, theregattashop.com.au. Plenty of hot and cold drink options also available in the same area, along with food. So even though the Regatta's only got 4 or 5 races to go, you've still got the chance to get some sustenance late in the day. Certainly great to see spectators here back on the lake after a spectatorless head of the lake had to be held last Sunday, and Rowing Victoria doing some great work with the government in allowing these events to go ahead in the safest way possible, and in line with all manner of rules that, as we know, can change quite regularly, both but here and at Nagambie this weekend. 2 big regattas that they've had to organise in pretty challenging conditions. So well done to Rowing Victoria for their never-ending work in making it all happen as well. Carey Grammer continue to lead this race by to be out to 3 lengths now from Haileybury in second place, and then the Geelong College back in third. So just on 100 metres to go now for our race leaders in the B final of the Year 10 Division 2 School 8. The A final also is underway. They're through the first couple of 100 metres in that race. But it is Carey Grammer first to complete the B final of this event, race 66. The crew from Carey Grammer come across the line and take out the event very comfortably. So Carey first, Haileybury will be second, and eventually it will be the Geelong College in third place in the B final of the Year 10 Division 2-8. Field of 6 in the A final. Ballarat Grammar from lane 2, Geelong Grammar in 3, Scotch College in 4, Melbourne Grammar in 5, Xavier in 6, and Wesley College lane 7. And those crews are on their way, and Melbourne Grammar looking well placed once again. We saw them win well in the Division 3-8, and they're every chance to do the double here with the Division 2-8 as well. Seeing the Geelong College cross the line to complete the previous race, so race 66 complete. Down the page, it's 1, 2, and 3. Carey from Haileybury and Geelong College. And past the 500 metre mark, heading on towards halfway now in the A final of this race. So they are racing now for the state championship title and medals, gold, silver, and bronze medals, of course, available to all competitors to collect from the bottom of the judges' tower. As I mentioned before, of course, the COVID rules don't allow for presentation ceremonies as such at the moment, but all medalists can collect their medals from the bottom of the judges' tower, and please make sure you do so before the end of the regatta today. And there's a good chance that Melbourne Grammar School will have to make another trip to collect some medals the way this Division 2-8 is performing on the course here. William Murky's Hirsch, Sebastian Whiteley, Eddie Goff, Nixon Murray, Henry Sibley, Max Scanlon, Edward Ross, Harry Dudley, and William Tulloch, the cox of the Melbourne Grammar combination, who certainly look to have, at this stage, beat off challengers coming from either side. Scotch College still there in lane 4 and Xavier in 6. They would be the other two contenders, certainly sitting in middle positions. Geelong Grammar lane 3 just a little bit further off the pace. And then the two crews in the outside lanes, Ballarat Grammar in 2 and Wesley College in 7. Of course, in these seeded finals, they are the crews that are through by a third place finish in their heat. So the seeding's performing as expected at this stage. And Melbourne Grammar School, they're looking to make it 8 wins from 2 events so far, with a lead of certainly over a length from Scotch College there in second place. The Scotch crew of John Kavanagh, Charlie Hume, Lachlan Clark, James Burton, James Simpson, Oliver Batter, Henry Lempriere, Harry Clark, and Harrison Cameron of Scotch College. So Melbourne Grammar from Scotch College. Just briefly, I've had a set of keys handed in, a missing set of car keys. If you've lost your car keys and can tell us the model of the vehicle, we'll happily return them to you. They are in the judges' tower at the moment. So if you've lost your car keys, I'm not sure where they were found, but there we do have a set of missing car keys in the finish tower. If you're looking to leave the venue at some point and can't find your keys. So Melbourne Grammar School, but it is on the course here, who continue with this convincing lead over Scotch College. Recall that Scotch was certainly dominant in the early finals, winning that series of Year 9 quad races, but Melbourne Grammar School really turning the table in the Year 10 8s in this afternoon's racing. It was a big win in Division 3. This won't be quite the same margin, but commanding nonetheless. It'll be more than 2 lengths over either Scotch or Xavier, who are moving up well to fight for second place as well. The Xavier crew of Miles Enders, Tyron Oles, Tom Henrys, Sonny O'Connell, Felix Lynch, Thomas Scalzo, Nick Clemitis, Fergus Willoughby Goff, and Charlie Strode. So here come Melbourne Grammar School now, well inside the final 100 metres. It looks like Scotch have held off the challenge from Xavier as well for second and third. Then Geelong Grammar probably fourth. But it's all Melbourne Grammar School here with a couple of strokes to go. They're across the line on lane 5 to take out the Division 2 8. Melbourne Grammar School have won it easily, as they did in Division 3. They've done the same in Division 2. So Melbourne Grammar School first, Scotch College second, and Xavier in third. In fact, that's identical results from the Division 3 race. Melbourne Grammar, Scotch and Xavier. We've got the same trifecta across Divisions 3 and 2. Geelong Grammar will finish fourth, which ruins the pattern, but good work from them. Fifth place will go to Wesley College on the judges' side of the course, and sixth then to Ballarat Grammar over on the spectator side in the Division 2 8A final. Just a few strokes to go for Wesley across now, and Ballarat Grammar just 2 or 3 strokes left to complete the course from the home crew here on Lake Wendouree, or one of the home crews at least. So we are really at the business end now. Race 68, the penultimate race of the day, the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 8, and it is underway. And all 5 crews present and accounted for. Another of the home schools, St Patrick's College over on lane 2 on the southern side of the course. Brighton Grammar lane 3, Carey Grammar in 4, Ballarat Grammar in lane 5, and the Geelong College lane 6. And it's the yellow colours certainly showing out distinctively in front. The yellow colours in a yellow boat as well. And it is Carey Grammar certainly with a convincing lead on the 2 crews
to the southern side of them, and it's a similar story on this side of the course as well. So it's been a powerful start by Carey Grammar as they come through the second 500 metres, and they will have clear water at halfway, you would have to assume, and they'll be hard to catch from there with 1,000 metres of racing still remaining. Just over a length, in fact, Carey Grammar from Ballarat Grammar, and then the Geelong College second and third. So the medalists at this stage all on the northern half of the course. And then back to Brighton Grammar and also St Patrick's. But the Carey Grammar crew have asked all the questions in the opening 1,000 metres, and they lead by just over a length. The crew of Bowen Hilton, Thomas Voller, Alfie Sullivan, Charlie Tracy, Kristen Newport, Beppy Daly, Spencer Thomas, Walt Alexander, and coxed by Emily Reid. And they're being chased by Ballarat Grammar, Thomas Unwin, Monty Lawson, Tyson Jones, Grady Hanson, Tom Smart, Hugh Geddes, Marcus Dan, Max Matthews, Ashlyn Hall, the Cox, and Sam Hutchison, the coach of that crew. And then in third place still looks to be the Geelong College from St Patrick's and Brighton Grammar. Patrick's and Brighton Grammar pretty close together over there on the southern side of the course. Geelong College on the judges' side. The crew is Ted O'Malley, Alexander Williams, Hugo Zumpy, Joshua Hunter, Sam Thompson, Robbie Solly, Joe Osborne, Johnny Pring, and Sophie McCartney, the cox of that crew. And still tight between the remaining two crews, St Patrick's and Brighton Grammar in this B final. But certainly Carey seemed to have led this race from the very beginning. Still holding a little bit over a length, it would seem to be, over Ballarat Grammar. Maybe an interesting race for third still to develop with the Geelong College, Brighton Grammar, and also St Patrick's College in the mix there. But remains hard to see anyone catching Carey Grammar, who had a commanding lead at the halfway mark. And we'll still have to work here over the closing stages, but because Ballarat Grammar certainly far from giving up the chase. There's no doubt Ballarat Grammar have pulled well clear of the remaining three crews. St Patrick's have moved away from Brighton Grammar, heading out after the Geelong College. But Ballarat Grammar have all those crews in their wake, and they are trying to reel in our race leaders from Carey Grammar, and they're doing a pretty good job here with a couple of 100 metres to go. So Carey will have to continue to work as they come inside the last 150 or so metres of this race. So Carey Grammar in the centre of the course, Ballarat Grammar alongside them, pushing them all the way to the finish line. Still it is Carey, but the margin is not as substantial as it was 800 or 900 metres back down the course. So Ballarat Grammar and Carey Grammar as they head for home in the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 School 8. Still it is Carey who are doing just enough, rating about 34 as they come home and holding off this strong finish from Ballarat Grammar. St Patrick's also have finished quickly on the far side and may be able to sneak up into third, but it's Carey who'll take the win by just under a length in the end. Carey Grammar from Ballarat Grammar, close for third. Maybe St Patrick's ahead of the Geelong College there. And fifth place certainly goes to Brighton Grammar. So Carey the winners. Ballarat Grammar in second place in the B final of the Year 10 Division 1-8. Now, last race underway and well underway. In fact, heading towards half distance. It is the A final of the Year 10 Division 1-8, and it's Wesley College who look to be best placed here as they come up to the halfway mark. In fact, Wesley College with Melbourne Grammar School looking for a hat-trick of 8 wins, a length or so behind them. Scotch
College are a little off the pace at this stage, it would seem, but certainly the Wesley crew looks to be in a strong position. In fact, Caulfield Grammar in lane 7 and St Kevin's over in lane 2, possibly Xavier in lane 6 ahead of the Scotch crew. Caulfield Grammar there in lane 7 in 6th place. But certainly Wesley College, the best placed crew here on lane 3 in this final race of the Rowing Victoria Junior Boys State Championship for 2021 race 69. Underway exactly on time, so well done to all athletes, especially over the second half of the day for keeping this regatta running precisely to schedule. And the last race is with us before 4 o'clock. And Wesley College continue to power down the course here. Quinton Marchiori, Max Guthrie, Jeffrey Jiang, Leo Bachache, Nicholas Bryant, Lachlan Idle, Charlie Johnson, Amos Kirk, and Josh Pfefferkrantz, the cox, coached by Zachary Smith, the crew from Wesley College. Melbourne Grammar School in 2 and Xavier in 6 seem the closest chasers. Scotch certainly back a bit at this stage of the race, along with St Kevin's in 2 and then Caulfield Grammar Lane 7. So it's Wesley being chased by Xavier and Melbourne Grammar. The Xavier combination is William McNamara, Lachlan Stewart, Edward Andrew, Will Allen, James Power, Cormac O'Callaghan, Lockie Severn, Patrick Crow, coxed by Daniel Starry, and coached by Sean Lake. And on the other side of the course, that's Melbourne Grammar School giving chase. Hugo Hines, Hamish Kerr, Jack Anderson, Digby Banks, George Raymond, Lachlan Perrott, Sam Henderson, Daniel Cash, and Lucian Marchell, the cox of the crew from Melbourne Grammar School, who's certainly got his boat up and moving now, and they are giving chase to Wesley here, so I wouldn't write off Melbourne Grammar School quite yet. They had big wins in the Division 3 and Division 2 8s, and they are chasing hard from Wesley College here. Xavier in the mix as well, a couple of lanes across from our leading 2 crews, and then we go back to St Kevin's, Scotch, and Caulfield Grammar, 4th, 5th and 6th, and it's hard to see how they'll feature in the medals from there, but Melbourne Grammar School certainly and leaving nothing on the water here. They are going out hard after Wesley College, who've still got some work to do with less than 250 metres now to race. So it's Wesley College in front. The crew from Melbourne Grammar coming at them. Xavier's still thereabouts as well, about a length off the pace. But it is the Wesley crew. Haven't really lifted too much so far. They're still on about 34 or 35 strokes to the minute. Melbourne Grammar School are reeling in some distance with every stroke they take. It's closed up now to about probably 2/3 of a length, but the course may be a little bit too short. Wesley College in front. Melbourne Grammar School there in second place. Xavier not far back on this side as well, but the Wesley College crew has it all under control as they come up to the line, and they'll win it by 2/3 of a length. Wesley College first, Melbourne Grammar second, and Xavier third. A great finish in the Division 1-8 to conclude today's regatta, but a great win to Wesley College, who controlled the race from the start and had enough when it mattered in the closing stages. Wesley win it from Melbourne Grammar, and Xavier was just over a length between the top 3 crews, which is a great finish in an 8th race. St Kevin's finished 4th, 5th goes to Scotch College, and 6th in a few strokes' time will be the crew from Caulfield Grammar, but it's Wesley College who take out the Year 10 Division 1-8 Championship of Victoria. Just a further reminder about those car keys that have been handed in. If you've lost your car keys and a few other keys as well, please come to the Judges Tower, and if you can identify them as yours, They'll be happily returned. I'm sure someone will need those before they leave the regatta venue today. That does conclude the racing component, at least, of today's regatta. The usual reminder, please, that bow numbers must be returned before you leave the regatta venue. They are, of course, reused over and over again, and with several big regattas coming up in recent weeks, they are all required back. So please make sure you return your bow numbers as soon as you take your boats off the water. And for those crews in the last few races that have not yet collected their winners' medals or gold, silver and bronze medals for all A finals, please make your way to the judges' tower as soon as possible, and those remaining medals can be handed out to all the winning crews. I must thank all our officials as they return from another big day on the water for their work in making today's regatta happen. Of course, our officials stretched across 2 venues this weekend with an even bigger regatta taking place at Ngambie at the moment, both today and tomorrow, and a full set of officials here today, and of course in Ballarat as well. So thank you to all the officials for their hard work in making this regatta happen. So we again thank Rowing Victoria for their never-ending hard work in allowing these regattas to go on in the unusual circumstances we are currently faced, and hopefully that's a process that will continue to get easier over the remainder of the season as well. But it's certainly been plenty of work goes on behind the scenes in negotiations with government, and many discussions in ensuring these regattas can happen in a way that is safe and meets all the government requirements. Congratulations to all athletes for attending today. I hope you've had a good regatta. I worked out today it had been 364 days since I last came to a rowing regatta, so I'm hopeful it's not such a long break before it happens again. So plenty of good racing coming up in the next few weeks, and we'll see you next time.